skill set that I think Michigan has to be able to take advantage of to be able to pull out a victory today.
And a unit that's going to need to help them is that offensive line, which I feel is fair to say was not at a championship standard a week ago. And credit to that Fresno State defensive line. This Texas defensive line is a step higher. You got two DNs and a D tackle that are floating around some NFL conversations. You go out there and ball out against the Michigan offensive line, you cement yourself in some NFL conversations. So I can't overstate how hyped Texas is for this game, despite being favored. A lot of guys on that defense have a chip on their shoulder.
Both what you guys said brings me to this. If I'm the defensive coordinator, and this is the strength of our team, we have the more veteran players that are playing a team like Texas. What's my approach, especially in the coverage? If you look at last week against Fresno State, the corners couldn't always hold up. Now, if they can hold up, that's fine. You can pressure. But if I'm going to compliment the yellow part of the team, meaning the offense, I might want to be, if I'm Rick Martindale, the coordinator, I might want to be a little bit more patient and maybe a little bit more conservative. Is it hard for a guy like Martindale, who's been at this for so long, especially at the NFL level, to kind of change the color of your feathers in week two? Well, it's hard for your head coach to say, Rick, that's what I'm talking about. I'm sure more to do that if that secondary potentially gets tested as we expected to get tested by Quinn Ewers. Such a phenomenal contrast here. Ewers were the highly talented quarterbacks in that class coming in. Davis Warren, nobody thought he would be a college starter. Now they lead their teams toe-to-toe inside one of the famous stadiums in all of college football. Michigan, Texas, coming up at noon Eastern. Same deal for Rutgers as the Scarlet Knights look to start 2-0. It'll be on the field this week. Terry Hatcher is on the bench, so gives us a little bit of a primer to get you ready for the Knights and Zips.
Thank you, Rick. Well, the good news for the Scarlet Knights, their availability report came out at today's game. This week, just 17 players on that list. Last week, it was up at 22. The bad news for Greg Schiano's squad, among the players listed out for this game, is running back Sam Brown. You know the Scarlet Knights primarily use him to back up Kyle Manungai. It looks like now we'll have to turn to true freshman Antoine Raymond to chew up some of those yards that typically Brown would take on. Meanwhile, on the defensive side of the ball, the big question mark remains Tyree Powell. He's once again listed as questionable. He was also listed as questionable against Howard. He did dress for that game, but he did not play at all. Greg Schiano did tell me yesterday that he fully expected Tyree Powell to make full court press to try to get some action in this game. So we'll see if that is in fact the case. Rick, back to you.
Different name at quarterback, Jerry, but a similar story a year ago was Gavin Winston. We were saying Winston needs to help support this run game a little bit more than he's doing. I think that also applies to Ethan Catholic Max. Right, and that's why there was a change in quarterback. And I've been beating this drum all day long. So let's take the game against Akron. It's true that perhaps Rutgers could run the ball like they've been running it in the past years and just win the game, right? But it's also true if they continue to integrate the pass when they play a team that they're matched up with, or one of the better teams in the Big Ten. And this is where Greg Schiano wants to go, right? So he wants to get ready for the best teams in the conference, but he has to have patience. He has to do it slowly, and Kyle Atlantis is a key to that progression. We need to throw the ball better, especially at first and 10 if you're an option. It has to be a big part of that. But one of the things I will take you guys to is pre-snap. You go back to last week.
From Rutgers, which was the last home game in the 2023 campaign last fall till now, with Luke Combs performing at Beaver Stadium this past April. The blue and white Penn State Lions return home 1-0 already here in 2024 after defeating the West Virginia Mountaineers 34-12 last Saturday, as they'll host the Bowling Green Falcons here today for a noon kick on the Big Ten Network. So thank you for tuning in and watching my live play-by-play watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube of college football Bowling Green at Penn State. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share, hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated, as well as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. First off, with Rogue Energy, be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in canner tub form, shakers, and Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. be sure to use the code Luke, that's Luke, Luke123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, a secondhand resale shop that focuses on sustaining the environment in a cheap and fashionable way, as most items are $20 or less and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shein, among others. HopeKThrifts found on Depop, Instagram, Mercari, and Poshmark at HopeKThrifts. So be sure to use the message seller code CheapThrifts, that's CheapThrifts, CheapThrifts for 10% off as well. Link also in the description below. And then Dead and Hungry, a novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell, found on Amazon. So be sure to go check that out. And then, of course, if you do, that doesn't interest you, well, you might as well be what the title says. And then if you see behind me, be sure to scan the QR code if you haven't done so already. And once again, thanks for tuning in and watching my college football Bowling Green at Penn State live play-by-play, watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. Once more, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn Luke 96. We'll have a noon kick coming up in about 10-15 minutes or so on the Big Ten Network with Penn State legend Matt Millen on the call. Of course, Steve Jones and another Penn State legend, Jack Ham, will be on the call for radio. So both teams 1-0. Bowling Green last week defeated Fordham. Penn State went on the road to Morgantown, West Virginia, and with a 2.5-hour weather delay, still beat the West Virginia Mountaineers, as mentioned, 34-12. So the home opener for the blue and white here today at Beaver Stadium, the 65th season at Beaver Stadium, the 138th season overall all-time in program history for the Nittany Lions. Already 1-0, as mentioned, here in 24. But this matchup today between Bowling Green and Penn State will be the third one ever, for only the third time. They met in 87, 98, and are meeting today for the first time since 1998, in which Joe Paterno won career win number 300. Of course, got to 324 in 2001 against Ohio State, 400 in November of 2010 against Northwestern, and then a year later in October of 2011, 409. She's real fine, my 409 against Illinois, who Penn State will play in a few weeks in the Big Ten Conference opener, in which they'll actually start off conference play at home for the first time in quite a while. They started the season on the road once again for the fourth time out of the last 5 years. So today's the home opener. They got 2 byes this year, so they'll have an early bye next week. We'll get more into that later, but it'll be the earliest bye since 2002. Then they'll have another non-conference opponent in 2 weeks' time. Don't want to look ahead. Bowling Green's on the schedule. Take care of business, move on. But then, you know, you get into conference play. They got a tough 5-game stretch, as I've mentioned before, from early to mid-October for a good solid month into mid-November. But that's neither here nor there right now. Bowling Green 1-0, Penn State 1-0, as they're still ranked 8th in the country in the AP Top 25 poll. Weather for this game, yes, it did rain overnight, along with some this morning. Just quit within the past few hours. So that should be east of Happy Valley now. Shouldn't be a factor in today's game. But Penn State is a 5-touchdown favorite at 35 now for the spread. Over-unders right around 48, 49, 50, depending on where you look. But I want to be taking Bowling Green lightly, to say the least. Last week, they returned the opening kickoff, just not of the game, but of their season, 100 yards for a touchdown, and did not look back. Yes, they were playing Fordham. They won 41-17, but they also ran as a team for over 300 yards rushing and 5 touchdowns. So Penn State's going to have to stop the run today, along with run the football themselves, of course. But their head coach and Scott Loeffler, no stranger to the Big Ten. He's a former Michigan man, former Michigan Wolverine quarterback in the mid-1990s, was an assistant in Ann Arbor as well under Lloyd Carr, has been in Happy Valley, a few times before. They've gotten better every year under his leadership as he enters his 6th season, increasing wins since 2020 when they didn't win any at all. Not saying Penn State's going to be in for an upset by any means, but hey, you just never know, because even though they have never lost on September the 7th before, they're 5-0 all-time on this very date. Last played 5 years ago in 19, but one of the wins on this date, September the 7th, you got to go the whole way back to 1991, and it includes the Cincinnati win over the Bearcats, 81-0. And Cincinnati actually plays Pitt today, so eat shit. We'll be watching that game as well, along with Texas and Michigan and Arkansas, Oklahoma State. But our, of course, main attention will be on the Big Ten Network with Bowling Green and Penn State as they take us from Big Ten tailgate to the opening video package now and the intro, with all 110,000 plus in the stands, from the season ticket holders to the students. This is technically the first event inside of Beaver Stadium since Luke Combs reformed this past April. They've started some of the renovations with the plan that they agreed on this past spring as well, and that'll be a few-year plan that won't officially fully be done until I believe 2027, if I'm not mistaken. It should be ready for the start of the 27 season. But in the meantime, I'll shut the hell up. The Blue Band has taken the field, so we'll fight on state. And hail to the Lions. And got to make the flip. It's good luck. And he does just that. So, team about to take the field. Here's the other flip down in the south end zone. He'll meet the Nittany Lion. They'll spike. As the sun is shining, rain's gone, and first meeting once again against Bowling Green since 1998. That was Joe Paterno's 300th career win. But as I was saying, you go back quarter of a century, Penn State in 2000, Penn State in 2012. It is 2024. That's every 12 years, okay? They lost to Mac School at home those previous 2 times against Toledo and Ohio, respectively. Now they got another team out of the MAC from the state of Ohio, I might add, as well, and Bowling Green from the northwest part of the state. But honestly, just knowing how they normally start, and with the jitters, you're anxious. First home game. It took them a little while last week, especially on the road, to get going. But just overall, find a way to win. I don't care if you cover. I don't care if you over under hits. Of course, it would be a long afternoon if they are in for a scare. But like I was saying, don't take Bowling Green lightly. Go out and play them like you would, play any other team. As the captains are, of course, as they always do, leading the team onto the field. But now here come the blue and white. And we are Penn State. So, overall, once again, just find a way to win. But they are going to have to stop the run. And then watch the play action pass. Connor Bazelak is Bowling Green's quarterback. He's played at some big-time programs in his past. So no stranger going into, a tough atmosphere, tough environment, like Penn State. So as the blue bands lined up, and there are the white helmets coming out of the tunnel. And here we go. James Franklin in his 11th season as the Penn State head coach, already leading the team out onto the field. We'll see with the coin toss what Bowling Green does. If they win it, if they want the ball, if they want to defer, and then who's getting it, first. So we'll go from there. There's Matt Millen on the call for BTN. He won't be, as he is a true Penn Stater through and through. His broadcasts are split 50-50. He's not going to be a, downright homer like a few other alums for other schools are, for that matter. But good to see Penn State back at home. It's been a while. Like I said, Rutgers right before Thanksgiving last year was the last time they had a home game. They've been on the road a few times. Of course, the neutral site game against Michigan State on Black Friday in Detroit at Ford Field, home of the Detroit Lions. And then the Peach Bowl down in Hotlanta, Georgia against Ole Miss, in which they ended up losing, unfortunately. And then to start the season on the road again, fourth time in the last 5 years. And on top of it, against a non-conference opponent in West Virginia. And they go down to Morgantown and made the trip. Still streamed the game this past week, though. So, got a 2-for-1, double dipped. And here we are today. So, both teams want to know, once again, Bowling Green beat Fordham and Penn State 34-12 win at West Virginia. Penn State, when they have 2 or more turnovers, they're undefeated since 2022. They're also 46-1 when they lead by 10 or more at halftime under James Franklin since 2014. So, from a slow start potentially to starting fast, just play a full 60, do what it takes to win. Obviously between the lines, not like, some other schools that are also playing at noon today, whether they won a national championship last year or not. But yeah, we're also, as we'll be watching Bowling Green, Penn State, we're also going to be watching Texas and Michigan, Pitt and Cincinnati. We'll see if any quarterbacks fumble a hold on a potential game-tying, game-winning field goal or extra point. And then also Arkansas, Oklahoma State, as they'll meet for the first time in a few decades. So sit back and relax here. Just consistency. That's what I want to see. Balance, consistency. Penn State on to kickoff, so Bowling Green getting the ball. So Penn State going to get the ball back to begin the second half. Hopefully there's no 2.5-hour weather delay like there was last week. Shouldn't be. Rain's out of the way. Gibbewusu on to kickoff, right to left, across television screen, radio on dial. And we'll have a touchback. As college football has kept the old school kickoff. The NFL, of course, has since changed it. We'll get more into that tomorrow. It looks like Bowling Green brought their band as well. So, 1st and 10 for BG at the 25-yard line. And yeah, Connor Bazelak has a Penn State connection. They just talked about it, as I mentioned just a minute ago. They got a 1st and 10 here, 25-yard line. Pressure off the edge, pass down the middle, caught, 1st down, and BG with one play, 30-yard pass completion, and they're already in Penn State territory. Right down the seam, over Winston's head, and then A.J. Harris makes the tackle. But he played at Mizzou in the SEC, so as mentioned, he's, accustomed to playing in hostile environments. But then, he most recently played for Indiana, and head coach Tom Allen, not the tool man Tim Allen, but Tom Allen, who is now the Penn State defense coordinator. So, of anything in this game, Penn State's defense, because of Tom Allen's connection to Bazelak, through practice, through games, he should know him, like the back of his hand. Top to bottom, left to right. And, one play, they go deep and get a big 1st down, 4 yards. Now 2nd and 6 coming up, pass near side, high, incomplete. So 3rd and 6 from the 41 with 13:51 to play in this opening quarter coming up for the Falcons. As Penn State's playing the Falcons, they have Bowling Green. The Pittsburgh Steelers play the Atlanta Falcons tomorrow, so be sure to tune back in for those live play-by-play watch-along reactions as well at 1 p.m. Eastern Time in about 25 hours or so. So 3rd and 6, BG, and out of the gun, back to his right, trips near side as they travel left to right across the television screen right now. Dial, slant, caught, 1st down, King and Reed on the stop, but that's 2 first downs here, not even 2 minutes in. And Penn State's defense is on their heels. They're finally getting pressure. They really didn't get a hell of a lot of pressure last week against Garrett Green, quarterback of WVU. They did sack him a few times, later on, but it took them a little while to just, it's a first game. You got to get accustomed. Now it's a second game, first game at home, sort of the same thing too. You got to just go and play, plain and simple. It's not like as Cam Miller gets beat, wraps him up, pushes him out of bounds, but it's Penn State's subbing some guys. BG has a 1st and goal, 6-yard line as they've drove and they're looking to score, and they will do just that. And they have silenced this crowd. Right off the bat, they boom, 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 boom. Just roll out far side. Pick or rub, however you want to put it. He still got open in the flat, and 6 points on the board. And here's James Franklin in his famous pose, arms crossed, and not really knowing what the hell to think. Here's the extra point, up and good. So Bowling Green gets the ball, and they drive 75 yards in less than 3 minutes and score. 7-0 Bowling Green on top of Penn State. So the defense literally just gave up to this point so far in the season. I get they played one game and now 3 minutes of this game thus far. But probably the worst defensive drive, you've seen. West Virginia was able to drive a few times last week. Went forward a few times, maybe a few too many times on 4th down. You know, they could have took some points. That game was a hell of a lot closer, I thought, especially at halftime, coming out of that weather delay, not knowing what the hell was going to happen. I mean, Penn State able to run the football. Drew Aller made plays, but you know, they were, for the most part, last week able to get the hell off the field. Just now, they can't. So they just need to settle down, relax, just play. You know, get the hell off the field next drive. You can't let this, you know, happen. Of course, the whole entire game, or else, you know, you're going to be in trouble. Let alone not even that. I mean, hell, a few times, and then if you're not doing shit, you're going to be, you know, up shit creek without a paddle, buddy. So, just... a lot of people right now are probably like, oh my God, like, it's all right. It's early. There's still a lot of football to be played, okay? Just don't make a habit of letting that happen. You could also flip the script with what I just said, too, about Tom Allen knowing Connor Bazelak. Connor Bazelak's going to know his defense, you know, so fucking just picked them apart. They went 75 in less than 3 minutes and put up 7. So, yeah. That's what the offense does, how they respond. But obviously, no doubt about it, a slow start by the defense. You know, they're going to have to get a stop or two. I mean, it's... the stat with the turnovers, if they can force turnovers, you know, capitalize off of them, run the football, they got to figure out special teams still. We know that much, but, you know, they should be fine, but just got to relax here, okay? It's still early. Still early. A lot of football to be played, so. Touchback on this kickoff as the students are still filing in from their parties last night. So here comes Drew Aller. We'll have Nick Singleton and the Fat Man, Katron Allen at tailback. Harrison Wallace, Julian Fleming, and Amari Evans are your top 3 wide receivers. They have depth, though, at that position, along with at tight end. From Tyler Warren, Luke Reynolds played a fair amount last week. As out of the pistol, Reynolds in motion, and they'll fake the give. Roll out, pass complete. Tyler Warren lowers the shoulder, 12 yards, first down, Penn State. So, Penn State first down. Just balance, consistency. Overall, nothing stupid. You know, that's both sides of the ball, special teams included. Nothing stupid. Up front, you'll have Nick Dawkins at center, Sal Wormley at right guard, Oos at left guard. Now they'll motion everybody. Make sure you're set before you snap it. And a give to the Fat Man. Katron Allen out past midfield, far side. Pushed out of bounds around the 40. So 2 plays there in Bowling Green territory. I mean, right now it's what defense is going to bend but doesn't break. I mean, these offenses are coming out and moving the ball. So, yeah, he has more yards on that run than he did all of last week, for God's sakes. He did catch the receiving touchdown on the backfield early last week as well. Handoff, Singleton up the middle. He gets to the 20, 20, depending on the spot. Another first down, Penn State. And Aller pass complete. Warren out of bounds inside the 10, 1st and goal. You'll have Shelton and Donka as your tackles, I might add, as well. That's your starting 5 today. We'll get more into, potentially later, getting some, players, some reps, some experience, depending on how this game shakes out. But it's still early in the year, still getting used to the roster, still getting used to the depth chart. As mentioned last week, there's players that always, for whatever fucking reason, they decide to change their number last minute as well. So, got to punch this in. You got a 2nd goal from the 5-yard line. Rucci's in at left tackle as well. We got some extra blockers. And Aller going to quarterback keeper and walk in, touchdown. So they're an extra point away from tying it up. 10-14 to play in this first quarter. And Drew Aller last week did tuck it and run. Scrambled a few times and got some decent yards out of it. I believe close to 50, if I'm not mistaken. And then 5 yards out with some extra linemen in to block. They fake the run, and basically quarterback draw up the middle, and he walks in, touchdown. And Sanders Sahadak on for the extra point. He was 4-4 on extra points last week. Missed about a 46, 48-yard field goal and hooked it right late in the 4th. This extra point up and good right down Broadway. So we're tied at 7, 10-14 to play in this first quarter with Bowling Green and Penn State, as both teams were able to drive and score quick. Shit, we're not even 5 minutes into this game and both teams have a touchdown. So we'll pull up some stats and scores here in a minute. Just as always, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share, chat questions and comments. Super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always great appreciate it as well. Be sure to scan the QR code behind me if you haven't done so already. And we'll get back to the action here shortly following this commercial break. Texas and Michigan just kicked off. They're tied at 0. Pitt, Cincinnati also underway. And then, as mentioned, Arkansas, Oklahoma State with the Hogs and Cowboys. So we'll see if they should have been a Cowboy or not. But yeah, 7 apiece here. Still a lot of football to be played. Defense going to have to crack down. They can't, once again, allow that to happen every other drive or just whenever the hell it happens. So, we'll see how it shakes out from here, but talk about Bowling Green and their rush attack. Last week, 300 yards as a team, 5 touchdowns. There really wasn't much run game on that opening drive. It was all pass. And the big play gave them a spark. They kept the drive going. They drive and score. And then Penn State responds. With the run game, a couple passes, some balance, some consistency, and then a quarterback run on the touchdown. So, yeah. Just keep them on their heels. Don't be on your heels. You want to put your foot on the gas pedal. And I'm not saying to blow them out. I'm not saying to run the score up on them. I'm not saying, any of that. Just overall, of course, find a way to win. But they just... We'll see how the defense, fares here. I might be getting a little, far ahead of myself. Once again, I get it's early. I'm not overreacting, by any means. I'm not necessarily worried just yet. So, Gabe Wusu on to kick off again. Big 99. And that'll also be down in the end zone for a tough back. So, 1st and 10 BG from the 25. And yeah, Penn State last week, not as much pressure as you've seen in the past few years. I mean, they were finally able to get to GG last week a few times late in the second half, but it really didn't matter at that point. So it's pressure. It's stopping the run. It's getting a turnover to capitalizing off an offense. But Kobe King, first on the hit. Second down and about 9. A couple of discussions. So now, officially 2nd and 8 from the 27. They'll work out of the eye. And they'll fake the run. And come back on a crosser near side. And they'll get a first down out past the 40 to the 42.5, 43-yard line, depending on the spot. So I get it's noon, but you got to wake up. I mean, come on, man. And this defense, they have depth as well. You know, that goes to the recruiting. They'll run a draw, miss tackle before he gets pushed out of bounds by Dom DeLuca and Reed. So good 0-1 against an orange team here. So we'll jump the General Lee. And Penn State's hopefully going to get off the field here on a 3rd down. Or make it 2nd and short because they just got a first down on the previous play. My bad. They still got to get the hell off the field. 2nd and 4. Trips near side. And they'll run a bubble screen, and he's got a couple blockers, and they got another first down. Come on, defense. What the hell? Their offense has showed up. They've come to play. On Penn State's defense, not so much. Offensively, they're able to drive. Hell, who knows? Maybe this turns into a shootout. We sure Urban Meyer's not on the sideline for Bowling Green? They don't have like Omar Jacobs playing quarterback for him? All right, toss far side. King on the stop again. So it'll be 2nd and long coming up. Give them a chop, a low blow, if you will, with the celebration. Like, F you. They might have jumped off sides like they did a few too many times last week, but they didn't call it. They let them play on. And another run on a sweep. And more missed tackles. Wake up. Don't be that's why I said, do not take these guys lightly. Might have got away with a hold, but still, I mean, you shouldn't be missing tackles left and right, for God's sake. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. 3rd and 3. Ball 39, so they're knocking on the door, you know, for a long field goal if they don't convert. And here's pressure. But he goes deep near side. It's incomplete, and they're going to get a PI. Yep. 15 yards, first down. Probably a spot foul. Be on number 5, Cam Miller, because he never turned around. Pass interference on Penn State. 15 yards, automatic first down. So, and especially on 3rd and 3, that hurts. You know, because if there's no penalty, it's incomplete, get off the field. They probably punt from the 39-yard line. You're pinned deep, you drive, but a penalty keeps them on the field and the drive alive. 1st and 10 from the 24. And a rollout. Dump off. Maybe a yard if he's lucky. So they drove and scored quick, as did Penn State. Now they're getting a drive going and working some clock here early on. They got to get the hell off the field. I mean, come on, man. 2nd and 9. Out of the gun with 2 backs, one to his left, one to his right. Tight end and 2 receivers. Handoff up the middle for about 2, maybe 3. Turnover would be nice right now. It would. On 3rd and 6, you get off the field, you don't even force a field goal. I mean, most definitely can't even do that, though. Force a kick compared to letting them score, let alone get another first down. Get off the field. And, of course, they fucking jump off sides on 3rd and 6. So now they got a 3rd and 1, and they'll... Yeah, good to see for Bowling Green. They're thinking upset right now. Hakeem the Dream Beeman offsides. Yep, and then Carter followed. Clock still ticking, 3rd and a yard. And fake the give. Nope, that's incomplete. Bobbled it, and by the time he did catch it, he was out of bounds anyway. So 3rd and a yard. I mean, I don't know why you're running something like that anyway. And just run the damn ball. But they'll kick field goal here. Where are they at? Actually, somebody just called a timeout. No? I thought I heard them say this is going to be a full, which would be a timeout. No? All right. 33-yard field goal, they say, which is an extra point now in the NFL. And kicks up and kicks good. Bowling Green leads Penn State 10-7 with 4:50 to play in the first. So we'll see how Penn State responds once again. Of course, when we return. So this defense needs talking to right now, man. They do. They need to come a Jesus moment is what they need. I mean, once again, as I said, don't take them lightly. They're able to run the ball. I mean, they're throwing it a lot right now. Penn State's, for the most part, stopping the run. But they just can't get off the field on 3rd down. You know, the drive just stays alive. Penalty cost them. You know, or else they were going to have a 4th down at the 39-yard line, not a 33-yard field goal a couple plays later. Who knows if they even kick it then? They probably don't. They punt. Penn State gets the ball back, like I was saying, and then, you know, who knows what happens from there. But relax, okay? I mean, it's probably not good that they were not necessarily out there first. That really doesn't matter. You know, because however the game starts is how it starts. Penn State kicked off, so they knew the defense was going to be out there. They couldn't get a stop. But it was a quick drive, and then the offense had a quick drive, so then the defense was right back out there, and then they give up another, you know, a couple points. And here's the new Big Ten Conference commercial from Nebraska to Iowa to Minnesota, Wisconsin, Northwestern, Illinois, Purdue, Indiana, both Michigan and Michigan State, Ohio State, Penn State, Maryland, and Rutgers. But of course, it now starts out west, not in the heartland. And with Penn State playing three of the four new conference opponents this season, Oregon being the lone exception. The Ducks will come to Happy Valley next year in 25. You have UCLA, USC, Oregon, and Washington at the start of that commercial now. Penn State will host UCLA in about a month, then go to USC, and then host Washington in about 2 months' time, and then Oregon on the schedule next year. But yeah, they are. But we'll see now with everything I just said, what the offense does here. I mean, still run the football, which they did. They're showing off highlights of that. Singleton, Fat Man, and then Aller was able to run it in and score. You know, the passes been to the tight end position, who they really didn't go to at all last week. Harrison Walls had a big game at wide receiver. We'll see if potentially now they get the receivers involved. Maybe take a shot, maybe go deep. Just overall, nothing stupid. You're playing from behind again. Don't be turning the ball over. Don't be shooting yourselves in the foot. You know, run the ball. They run a fucking option. Allard, a Singleton. I mean, shit, what is this? 2002 once again. Zach Mills, Larry Johnson. But they get a couple yards out of that. Second down coming up. Just, it's got to be balanced. It's got to be consistent. Work the sticks. Move the football. You know, drive and score. You know, all anybody ever remembers is whether you won or lost. And in football, team with the most points wins. This ain't fucking golf. High pass, incomplete. Intended for Julian Fleming, I do believe. Number 3, the former Ohio State Buckeye, who transferred back home to Pennsylvania to play for Penn State, who was originally committed to coming out of high school, but then decommitted and went to Columbus. They get him a target, but high, incomplete. He was involved in the blocking game last week, but nothing in the pass game. And it was really all Harrison Wallace and Maury Evans a little bit, Tyler Warren as well, but then it was a strong running game. And then, you know, the defense making stops. So 3rd and 7 here for the blue and white. Aller looking to throw far side. It's caught at the 45, first down. And there's Wallace once again on the reception. Harrison Wallace, Trey Wallace, used to wear 85, threw us off at the start of the season a couple years ago when he switched to 6, has been that since. And no more Keandre Lambert-Smith after he transferred to Auburn. Wallace moves up to be the 1. They bring in Julian Fleming. You know, Maury Evans is somebody at wide receiver from Killeen, Texas. I've been hoping, you know, that would step up. Seemingly he finally has. They got depth at receiver. They got depth at tight end. But it still starts up front. You got to be able to block, to run the football, and then open up the pass. You have no offensive line, you have nothing. 3rd and 17, they say, because there was a penalty, I assume. And then, speaking of Amari Evans, pass intended for him, but it's incomplete. 4th down, they'll punt. So, Mick Dundee, Raleigh Thompson on to punt. The Aussie, who transferred from FAU, got an extra year of eligibility. Back to booming away and hopefully to flip the field. But, I mean, shit, Bowling Green started at the 25-yard line both drives and able to drive and get a total of 10 points. So, I mean, if they have a, you know, shorter field than that, let alone further, you know, field than that, I mean, who's saying, Penn State's defense is going to stop them? Because they haven't been able to do so just yet. 3:31 to play in the first, 10-7. We'll get back to it here shortly. Some stats as we near the end of the first quarter. We'll have first half stats and scores coming at halftime and also at the end of the game, as we always do as well. So stay tuned for that. We already recapped last week, so we'll preview the rest of the games to come this week and then also next week. Penn State's off though next Saturday, as is Bowling Green before they go to Texas A&M. But quit looking in the future. 1-0, take care of business, and then we'll move on from there. So this defense has got to get a stop. They got to get a spark. Let alone just flat out something to go their way. They got to get the hell off the field. Plain and simple, end of story. There's not really much else to be said other than that right now. There's not. And until so, it's just going to be the way it is. So I'll leave it at that. Some stats here. So we near, once again, the end of the first quarter. Both Connor Bazelak and Drew Aller at quarterback. Singleton and Fat Man, tailback for Penn State, have a couple decent runs. But Bazelak, 7-9, 93 yards, and the touchdown. Aller, 2 of 4, 27 yards passing. And then 1 for 26 for 13 and 3 of 20 for 10. Drew Aller has the 5-yard quarterback keeper for the touchdown to tie it, but then they gave up the field goal. And then they go 3 and out on offense and punt. So Tyler Warren leading the way receiving, as Aller's 2 of 4, 27 yards. He has 2 catches, 27 yards. Kobe King's been the main tackler on defense thus far. We'll see how those defense stats pile up as we move along, but man. We'll see what happens here. And no gain on the play. If only Franco was still alive, I'm sure they'd be going back and forth still about the Immaculate Reception as well. Talking about some great Bowling Green and Penn State legends. Bazelak, they run a screen, it's caught. And they'll roll him down to 32. Get off the field, man. Come on. Let's go, boys. You can't give up first downs left and right. Okay? You just can't. Bowling Green is a kid in the candy store, and Penn State's defense right now is the candy store. 3rd and 4. Get the fuck off the field, defense. Let's go. Trips in a bunch, top of your screen, and they won't. Jesus Christ. Wide open, I might add. Wide open. Man the hell up.
He had a 300-yard passing game for Indiana in his one season there against Illinois. It was the first 300-yard passing game.
1st and 10 again. Who would have thought? And 3-4 yards up the middle. I mean, Bowling Green is offensively going up against this Penn State defense like they are Big Ten offense running the football. 3 yards on a cloud of dust. So 2nd and 6, they'll work out of an empty set from the 43. And now the back will motion in the backfield. Come on, defense. Playing like absolute dog shit. Part of the dog shit that was going to be in the Red Solo Cup that the Florida State fan was going to eat out of. Another first down. And more missed tackles. You got to be joking right now. But you got to give it to Bowling Green. They've came to play. Their offense has showed up. There's about a 2.5 differential between the game clock and play clock. They're going to have to snap it. But, yeah, they're just full steam ahead. They got to snap it. That's a delay of game. Thank you. 5-yard penalty. Back them up. Or they called a timeout. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's just bad time management. I mean, they should have snapped it with like 5 seconds left. You know, you get one play. No, drain the play clock that you're dyslexic at, you know, because you read it backwards. But there was about a 2.5, 2-second differential between the game clock and play clock, and they let it expire. Should have been a delay game, but they gave them the timeout 2 seconds, so they got a 1st and 10 with 2 seconds. Motion man. And they're going to run a trick play. A toss and then a pass far side. And incomplete. No penalties, surprisingly. Tony Rojas at linebacker busting his ass. See a replay. And he had the guy on the wheel route. And all right. Yeah, surprisingly, they didn't call PI on that. I mean, but as a backer in coverage like that, you know, you're looking at the eyes of the receiver and then putting your arms up. And he did that. And, you know, they both go down. So, you know, it's simultaneous, you know, contact. The thing is, overall, as a defender on a pass, you got to turn your head. You don't turn your head, they're calling the PI. You turn your head, you play the ball, not the receiver, they're not calling it. You know, but if you play the receiver, it's 9 times out of 10, it's a 15-yard penalty. So, end of the first quarter, 10-7, Bowling Green. Penn State's defense still got to wake the hell up here. Of course, they'll switch ends. Bowling Green was going north to south into the student section, but now they'll be going south to north into the season ticket holders. So, you know, maybe the fucking defense, 15 minutes in now, will finally make a play, get off the field. They just need a stop. That's all it takes is one stop. You know, they need some momentum defensively is what they need. And if they can get it, capitalize off of it, you know, it's building blocks, folks. You need a foundation to build a house, do you not? So, got to start somewhere. Bowling Green started fast. Penn State responded. Bowling Green added. Penn State with a punt, and then the defense is still on the field. They got to get off the field. If they can do that, like I said, just overall, make a play. It's one play at a time. That was the first quarter, so we're 15 minutes in. Start of the second here. Yeah, Rojas with a play for sure. And but yeah, one play, one drive, one quarter, one game at a time. Start of the second quarter, hey, nothing new. They run another slant wide open, and they get down inside the 10. First and goal. Good God. Bubble screen. And no gain on the play. Second and 10. But guess what? They're in field goal range already, you know. So they're at least probably going to get 3 unless they turn it over or miss it if they don't score. But if they score, I mean, they're going up 2 scores, you know, early second quarter on the road. So just overall, once again, make a play, get a stop, get off the field. You got to start somewhere. They need momentum. There's something else to be said until that happens. Run, tackle for loss of about 5. Devon Ellies, what's he going by now? Devon J. Thomas, I do believe. Yeah. So, like I said, with the roster, the depth chart, you know, some new players, new numbers, new names of existing players, for God's sakes. So, come on, defense, 3rd and 14. Let's get a stop. It's a false start. Pressure, DeLuca off the edge, hit some, pass in the end zone, though, caught, touchdown. Jesus Christ. You gotta be kidding me. That 12-year thing of 2000, 2012, 2024, Penn State losing at home to a MAC school with Toledo and Ohio. They're playing Bowling Green today, as mentioned earlier. I don't know how accurate that is, or if third time is going to be the charm, even though they're already, you know, Penn State 0-2 in those 2 games. Got an injured player. Hopefully he's okay. Never want to see anybody get hurt by any means, but even with pressure, he still delivers, you know, a touchdown in the near corner of the end zone. And now the offense is definitely going to have to do something. The defense still, man, has to get a stop. They cannot get the hell off the field. And they just like giving up 16, make it, with this extra point, 17 points in as many minutes. I mean, shit. Seriously. I mean, something's got to give. Something's got to give. They got to get a stop. And until they do, Bowling Green's just going to be putting it to them. Because defensively right now for Penn State, this is not Penn State defense. You know, but overall, what's new as a program? You know, slow start. They do tie it up, but then since then, just all right. We'll let them do what they want. They better do something quick. soon, just so overall this game doesn't get out of hand. Because if it does and they're still not doing anything, you know, you're having people tune into this game that normally wouldn't be watching because Penn State's on upset alert. So, of course, thanks for tuning in and watching, but we'll see if the offense can put a consistent drive together. I wouldn't say be as quick as, you know, you were on your first scoring drive, but I wouldn't say as long as some of these most recent Bowling Green scoring drives have been either. Because you don't want, you know, you want the time of possession battle on your side. But right now, just you're down 10, it's still early. You just don't want to take up a hell of a lot of time because then as the game progresses, just back and forth, and time might, you know, most definitely might not be on your side then late. It might not. It's going to depend on how it plays out. So, starts with, you know, the head coach, you know, whether they were on a high and underprepared or whatever the case may be. They got to wake up. Touchback on the kick, so 1st and 10, Penn State from the 25. They got to get points. I don't care if it's field goal. I don't care if it's touchdown. You got to cut this lead. You're down 10 now, 17-7. Field goal makes it a 7-point deficit. You score a touchdown, you're down 3, as you just were. And then it's overall, they can't get off the field on defense. That's the main thing right now. So, from the 25, 1st and 10. Yeah, Tyler Warren and Luke Reynolds are your top 2 tight ends. Aller passed down the seam to one of those 2 tight ends, and 44, Tyler Warren. And big first down for about 22 or so, 47, 48 yard line, depending on the spot. So quick pass. And ball came out. Penn State recovers regardless, but they rolled them down. So first down, Nittany Lions. And Singleton on the give, up the middle, and a big first down run, still pushing, and boom, there you go. All right. Hey, maybe the hurry-up's going to work. Maybe they're going to score faster than they did on their opening drive. Okay. Whether that's the case, whether it takes some more time, like I said, just don't take a hell of a lot of time right now. Just score. Aller going in deep into the end zone, wide open, touchdown Penn State. Omari Evans for 6. 3 plays, 75 yards, and they answer back. Touchdown. Yeah, that was impressive. Was that a minute drive, if that? Yeah. Boom. And now back to the defense. They need to stop. They need to get the hell off the field. Sahadak on for the extra point. Kicks up in good. 17-14 Bowling Green. 11:48 to play in this first half. So he just got right behind the defender and wide open in the end zone, touchdown. So they'll take a break and we'll get back to it. Update some of these stats. Drew Aller now 4 of 6, 78 yards and a touchdown. Singleton 4 carries, 44 yards. The Fat Man 1 of 26. Tyler Warren, 3 of 49. And then, yeah, that'd be right. Okay. Yeah, he's 2 of 27. A little bit to go. 3 of 49 now. And then Omari Evans with a 29-yard touchdown. That drive officially was a 3-play touchdown drive that took up officially 1 minute on the dot. So back to the defense again. They got to get a stop and get off the field. You know, they need momentum. If they can, you know, get a turnover or overall just a big stop, you know, offense does that, let alone they work some clock then and run the football, get on the up and up, have a lead for the first time, you know, here today, get into halftime, you get the ball back to begin the second half again, you know, maybe double dip, get a 2-for-1, get some more stops in the second half. I mean, you should be able to win then. But until then, they're down 3. And once again, you got to start somewhere. And they got to get a stop on defense. Until then, it's just going to be back and forth like this. You know, and it's going to turn into a shootout. And it's what defense going to bend but doesn't break at that point. So we'll see. But yeah, just a post down the middle and wide open in the end zone. And Omari Evans with an S right on the S in state. And 5 scores 6 and extra points good. So 17-14 here. Penn State on to kick off. They need a stop on defense. They need a stop on defense. Another touchback on the kick. First and 10, and a run up the middle. More missed tackles. 9 yards and a second and short coming up. Empty set now on second and short. Watch maybe a quarterback keeper. Penn State might have jumped off sides. All right, they said false start. False start on Bowling Green. Back them up 5 yards at second and 6. Come on, defense. Let's go. From the 29, second and 6 after the penalty. Bazelak pass, caught. Doesn't matter. First down. Another empty set. Quick bubble screen, caught, but they wrap him up in the backfield. Nice gang tackle. Denied Dennis Sutton. A.J. Harris, Elsden. Zakee Wheatley. Dom DeLuca was there, wearing the 0. Second and 10. But they remember, as I mentioned last week, both Jalen Kimber and A.J. Harris both played at Georgia, but then Kimber also played at Florida. Pass. Incomplete. Incomplete. They got a 3rd and 10 coming up. I didn't think I'd say incomplete Bowling Green today with the way this game's gone, but incomplete. Come on, defense. Let's go. Got to get a stop. Get off the field. You're going to get the ball back if you can with some decent field probably. You know, and then get a drive going before halftime, work some clock, score, get the ball back to begin the second half. 3rd and 10 from the 36, but you got to get a stop. There you go, but more missed tackles. He's still going to be short, though. 4th down. 4th and a yard. But they got a decision to make. They go for it. They punt. They're going to line up to go for it. You got to give it to them. They've got some fucking balls. With a lead, 4th and a yard right around midfield, they're going to line up to go for it. Do not jump off sides. I swear to God, do not jump off sides. And they're either going to take a delay game or call a timeout. So Penn State doesn't jump. Bowling Green with the second timeout. One left with 8:32 to play. Penn State still got all 3 timeouts. With that same time getting the ball back. Down 3. Let's work some clock here before halftime. They take commercial breaks. We'll get back to it. Watch for a fake punt for one. It's still 4th and inches. They were just going to want to go for it. Try to draw them off sides. They're going to punt. Hell, who knows? Maybe they still line up to go for it. You just got to be, careful. You got to be, paying attention, on the lookout for anything and everything, especially in situations like this. But no, let's get a drive going. Let's get the ball back. Work some clock before halftime. Defense finally gets a fucking stop. Thank God. But work some clock before halftime. Run the football. Run some play action. Nothing stupid. Don't turn the ball over. Drive and score, whether that's tying at 17, taking a lead for the first time today at 20, 21, 17. I mean, I don't know if you can work 8.5 off the clock. Shit, with 6 minutes to go in the first half last week, they couldn't even work a minute off the clock. Had to punt, but then they got the ball back and scored real quick, just as they did on a minute touchdown, 3 plays, in the passing touchdown to Evans in this game. But work as much clock as you can before halftime. Drive and score. Get some points. Because remember, you're getting the ball back to begin the second half. Okay, and then it's a 2-for-1 potentially. And if you can, drive and score to begin, the second half, early third quarter, as you did last week as well. Because then the pressure's on them, not you. Defense finally woke up on that drive, and, just nothing stupid. Offense has been playing pretty good thus far. Defense, up until now, not so much. They finally get a stop. Don't now reverse course, and the offense, shoots themselves in the foot. Keep, being balanced, consistent. 4th and a yard, they say, rather than 4th and inches. Both coaches are pissed off, yelling. They're going to line up to go for it. Do not, 1, jump off sides. But come on, let's get a stop. Get off the field. This is ballsy. And batted down, incomplete. Abdul Carter with the pressure and the bat down, incomplete. Turnover on downs, and guess what? They got a shorter field to work with now. So, I mean, 8:29, a short field. We'll see where they spot the ball. Should be around the 40-yard line, 45-yard line or so. 3 timeouts. You should definitely be able to get points. Shit, you might even be able to get points and then still get the ball back once more, even before halftime still. Maybe even score again, and then you get the ball back to begin the second half, and then maybe even score again. You might be able to triple it up. 1st and 10, ball right at the 45-yard line, out of the... It's a pistol, but it's like a half diamond because they have one of the tight ends also back there. They're running up the middle for 7-8 yards. 2nd and short. Keep fucking running it down their damn throat. They can't stop it. Just like their Penn State's defense can't stop their pass up until just now. They finally get off the field. See if the offense can use the momentum, capitalize off of it with some points. 2nd and 2. And they'll run a jet sweep. Fat man again for a first down. So they'll move the sticks. Keep it going. One play at a time here, but keep it moving. Just put yourself in manageable situations. You know, no 2nd, 3rd, and longs. And another give. This to Singleton. 4 yards.
It was outstanding because Bowling Green took it away. He jumped behind. Watch this right here. See, he jumps right behind him and then gets up the field again. Really.
And they'll reset the play clock. Yes, all right. 2nd and 7. And Fat Man, far side. Another 3-4 yards. 3rd down and manageable coming up. You got to convert. Got to convert. And out of the pistol. Yeah, work some clock here. I don't mind that. They're still looking to the sideline for signals. But remember, there's in-helmet communication now in college football like there is in the NFL. Coaches can talk to players, whoever the green dot is. Offensively, of course, it's quarterback. Defensively, it's presumably, you know, always one of the linebackers. But 3rd down, they can't even get a first down. So, yeah. So Haydak's field goal is going to be a decent distance. Missed from 46 last week. This from 43. And up and good. All right. So we're tied at 17 with 5:28 to play in the first half. They get points off of a turnover on downs. Tie it up. Still haven't had a lead, but they're inching back. So Haydak, as a lefty kicker, yeah, he's better off having it spot-wise right where it was, middle of the field, or at the left hash mark, because if you watch him kick, he always hooks right. And that's why he missed last week, and it came from the right hash. So it, hooked right, and it was no good. I mean, I'm not saying he can't make it from the right hash, but just how his kicks go. They always hook right. But, yeah. They tie it. They get points off of that. 17 apiece now. Defense still has to get another stop here. I mean, you don't want Bowling Green to just, because one bad drive, next drive you can let them drive and score again. No. Let's get another stop. Get the ball back again here, potentially still, with time and your 3 timeouts to drive and score again before halftime. Well, that's a field goal. Well, that's a touchdown, 20-24-17. You get the ball back again beginning the second half, and, you go from there. So from the 25, 1st and 10. And to give up the middle, Jesus Christ. More missed tackles, and then they push them past the first down on the actual tackle. His defense needs to man up and make a stop. They're stopping the run for the most part. It's the pass game. Of course, you still got to, watch for anything and everything. Who knows? They might run a trick play or something. But it's simple slants over the middle they can't even cover. And all these missed tackles, they're just letting them drive. They're literally getting walked all over on right now. Jalen Reed, Kobe King on the stop. 1st and 10, ball at the 44, Penn State. And King with another stop. Under 4 to play in the first half here. I mean, they're going to probably want to work clock and drive and score themselves before halftime and make sure Penn State doesn't get the ball back, until the second half. Because then it's still just back and forth then at that point. From the 41, 2nd and 7, give up the middle. And he's off to the races inside the 20. And touchdown. No. That's a hold for one. That opened the hole. And then he's off to the races, and they don't bring him down until he's in the end zone. But the whole thing is, holding happens on every play. I didn't see it in live time. You see it on the replay. But as holding happens on every play, it's just a matter of fact they call it or not. And if they don't, you play through it. You play on. Extra point up and good. 24-17, Bowling Green. Penn State's still going to get the ball back here before halftime. 3:30 to play. 3 timeouts. I mean, drive and score here. Tie it up again before half. Get the ball back to begin the second half and go from there again. I mean, they're putting Penn State in their fucking place is what they're doing. They are. Man, this is getting frustrating. It's embarrassing. Like Matt Millen just said, not too often does this happen up against the Penn State defense. Like they were getting passed all over on, and now they're getting run all over on. It's the missed tackles, and it's the just overall can't get off the field on defense when it's 2nd, 3rd down. And the offense, they're just playing catch up.
Very well done, by the way.
So kick off, and we'll have ourselves another touchback.
Touchback here. Penn State football.
So 1st and 10, Penn State from 25.
Right, gonna have to double right here. Right here. You have got to make that block. Without that block, this play goes nowhere. And watch it. He just kind of hangs on it. He gets it to the second level, and then speed takes over. That's just outstanding. The weapons for Bowling Creek's offensive have been really impressive. They have been, but to me right now, it's that offensive line. That offensive line is playing exceptionally well. They're opening holes up front, and they're giving him time to be able to throw. Baseline's cleaning up right now.
Singleton in motion. Aller pass down the middle, incomplete, intended for Wallace.
Second and 10.
Second and 10, he's got a blocker, but only 4, maybe 5 yards if he's lucky. Looks like they'll give him only 3 anyway. 3rd down coming up for Penn State. You want to take a shot maybe? Go deep? I mean, honestly, 3rd and 7, though, just get the 1st down and then maybe go, that route then. But if BG gets off the field here, I mean, talk about a huge stop. The way this game's played out. Pressure, Allers, pass, caught, Tyler Warren, far side. 1st down. Out past midfield to the 44 of the Falcons. Mark them out of the 42 officially. All right. Now you got more momentum. You got another spark. Let's build a fire here and score. So from the 42, 1st and 10. And Singleton on the give up the middle and inside the 30 down to the 26. Another 1st down after about a 16-yard run. And the 2-minute timeout in college football, otherwise known as a 2-minute warning. So Penn State will have a 1st and 10 with 2 minutes to play in this first half. Down 7 and 3 timeouts in their back pocket. So let's see if they can tie this game up before half. Of course, they kicked off to begin the game, so they'll get the ball back to begin the second half. Let's get some points. Whether it's 24-20, 24-23, 24 apiece, 31, 27, 24. Just, they got to give themselves a chance. Defensively, the one drive they finally woke up, got their head out of their ass and played. Got off the field, offense scored. But after they tied it, they just went back to the basics of, just let them do what they fucking want. And now they're, in a hole again, but they're trying to fight out of it. So, they got to get some more points, especially with the short field now they got to work with after another 1st down. They got 2 minutes to play, the 3 timeouts. They're knocking on the door. Well, you got to get in. Whether they let you in, whether you got to do what you got to do to get in, they got to get in and score some fucking points. I'll take a field goal, like a touchdown. Yeah. So, we'll see. We'll see. I'll leave it at that. Just nothing stupid. Don't be turning it over. Don't shoot yourselves in the foot once again. Because the defense has done, enough of that already here today, for the whole team, for that matter. And it's just the first half. So, we'll have some first half stats and scores coming to halftime. Take a look around the rest of college football, preview what's to come. And figure out if Penn State can figure out how to, tie this game up hopefully before then, and maybe get themselves a lead in the second half and, find a way to win. Because at this rate, that's what it's really going to be. Just find a way to win. They're not always pretty. Aller, quarterback keeper. Green grass in front of him, first down, as he runs out of bounds around the 12-yard line. He's getting smarter about doing that. He is. He had a couple of those last week. Of course, had the 5-yard scramble for a touchdown earlier. There's that. But basically that was, all right, snap you the ball. Everybody just run deep. It's going to open up, lane for me to run, and that's what I'm going to do. And it didn't look designed, but it's a first down. That's what matters. Bo Perbule in the ball game, but Aller still in at quarterback. He'll hand off Singleton, and he'll get down to about the 8.5, maybe 9-yard line. First and 10, make it second and 7. So they got 7 shots here to punch it in because they still don't have a goal to go. Goal to go will be right inside the 5. So a minute and 11 and counting to play. Second and 7 coming up. Still got the 3 timeouts. You should be able to score a touchdown here before halftime. And if you can't, well then, better luck next time. But still get some points here. Just don't do anything stupid. Aller hands off Singleton, but nowhere to go for him. And third down and 7. They call a timeout maybe. Clock still ticking, 3rd and 7. 9-second differential between the game clock and play clock. See what they do here. Do not turn it over. Go back to the tight ends. Run a slant like they've ran on you all damn day. Aller, quarterback keeper, but he gets sacked. So they get full of themselves, think they can run it, because it worked a couple plays ago, and run it again, but no, they're ready for it, and they stop you. So now you got to kick a field goal. And you're going to be down at halftime, it looks like. So Sahadak on for the field goal. So somebody called a timeout. The clock stopped. I don't know who it was, if it was Bowling Green or Penn State. Okay, they're first. Well, you should have drained the clock rather than give them fucking time. Because remember, they returned a 100-yard kickoff for a touchdown to begin the game and season last week, for God's sakes. You're going to have to kick it to them here before half. Well, Bowling Green's going to call a timeout. Field goal's up and good, but it doesn't count because, Bowling Green with the third and final timeout. So they ice them for what it's worth, but they'll take a commercial break. Just frustrating, man. Just frustrating as all hell. So, 28-yarder. And Sahedak's kick will be up and good. So they cut the lead to 4. It's 24-20 with 10 seconds to play in the first half. See, if they would have drained the clock, it'd be halftime right now. You don't have 10 seconds. You don't even have to kick it to them. You just go into half. You're down 4. And then you get the ball back to begin the second half. But now you got to kick it deep. And remember, they returned the opening kickoff for a touchdown last week. So, really, overall, squib it to them and then let them take a knee. That's what I'd do. So, yeah, just, man. They're getting there slowly but surely. They're getting there. Looks like some Bowling Green fans made the trip, but a lot of blue and white this afternoon. And Penn State will kick it deep. And they signal fair catch, so. Oh, 1st and 10, but they'll probably just take a knee anyway here, so. So, all right, Bowling Green will take a knee, and they'll head into halftime on the road with a lead against Penn State, 24-20. And we'll see what James Franklin has to say here before half if they interview him. You can tell he's not happy. You can tell really no Penn State player, let alone fan, myself included, is happy right about now. But... all right, don't go to the halftime show. I'll give you some first half stats and scores here in a minute. We'll take a look around college football. They'll probably show that interview with Franklin coming out of halftime. So we got 20 minutes here. Hopefully it ain't 20 minutes, turns into 2.5 hours because it was right before halftime ended last week at West Virginia. You saw the storm clouds rolling in, and talk about knowing it was going to rain. Those clouds were dark. They were black as black can get. And like you knew it was going to rain. They would have played in it if it wasn't for the lightning. But because of the lightning, there's the delay. And then, 2.5 hours later, they got back to it, and played it out, and Penn State won. But, 20-6 then. 24-20 now. Man, just defensively, they got to wake up. Shouldn't have to worry about the weather, though, with the rain. As I mentioned earlier, it rained overnight this morning, but it's done. Sun's been out since this game started. So 20 minutes from now, they'll kick off the third quarter. But, yeah, the defense just going to have to continue to try to get stops. I'd say man up. If they still beat you that way, then so be it. At least you tried to, do something different about the defensive game plan that you've had thus far. You got to make some type of adjustment because it's just not cutting it. It's not. They're single-handedly beating you in the pass game. And then, with the lead, they're starting to run the football. And they're able to do that, too. So, of course, they're 1-on-1 on field goals. Penn State's 2-2. But the good thing about this is Penn State's going to get the ball back to begin the second half. Only down 4, not fucking 7, not 10, as it's been at the largest deficit at 17-7 at that point in time. But Just, I'd man up. I'd continue to try to stop the run. Of course, it's a simple slant over the middle. They can't even cover that. But it's more so than not anything than else with not getting off the field on defense. It's all the missed tackles. Like, come on, it's football. You learn how to tackle on the first day. Just too many missed tackles. So, if they can clean some of this shit up and start making tackles and start getting off the field on defense on second and third downs, fourth down for that matter, and then maybe get a turnover or two, capitalize off of that. And offensively, continue to run the football. And, I mean, Aller's going to have to make some more plays, no doubt about it. But they're going to have to, because you look at the stats, time possession-wise, they're still down there. They're going to have to get back on top for the first time since last week because they have yet to have a lead in this game. And they're going to have to run the ball and work clock. And put the pressure on Bowling Green in this second half. You know damn well this crowd's going to come alive if they're making stops. But they're going to let them hear it and then, silence if they're not. So, we'll see what happens. Like I said, the good thing about this right now, trailing by 4 at halftime, 24-20. I'm not saying Bowling Green's great. I'm not saying they're terrible. I said earlier, though, don't take them lightly. Watch out. Like, a good Bowling Green team out of the MAC. And Penn State has lost at home to MAC schools before. And the 12-year cycle has come back around. They lost to Toledo in 2000. They lost to Ohio in 2012. We're in 2024, last I checked. So, but they're getting the ball back to begin the second half. Hopefully they can get something going, get some momentum on their side, get a spark or two their way, capitalize off of that. And whether that's cutting the lead again, whether that's taking the lead, but it's when you get on top, keep going. Don't look back. Put your foot on the gas pedal and nothing stupid. Don't be starting to turn the ball over either. So, they're still capable of making plays too, so it's back to the defense. I mean, overall, the defense is probably either going to win them or lose them this game at this rate. Because if they can get off the field, then okay. They got a damn good chance. Just as long as the offense continues to make plays. But if the defense ain't getting off the field, offense is so-so, then they're, probably going to be in some trouble. Just overall, give yourself a chance, man. It's not a, 30-minute game. It's a 60-minute game. These were the first 30. You got another 30 to play. Got to go to overtime and, beat them that way then too. Then so be it. Just find a way to win this game. Okay? Plain and simple, end of story. So I'll leave it at that. So we'll see what happens. But Penn State's getting the ball back to begin this second half. Down 24-20 at home here against Bowling Green. So we'll see who the difference maker is when it's all said and done. We'll see what the overall difference was when it's all said and done as well. But as of now, they still, got to wake up. So give yourself a chance and find a way to win. Just win, baby. You know, it's all anybody ever remembers, whether you won or lost. So, and if you lose this, Bowling Green's going to remember forever. Penn State's going to want to forget about it and, you know, never, ever want to remember that it ever happened, for that matter. So, yeah. Leave it at that. We'll see how the second half goes. I'm either going to be relieved and then happy that they, you know, came back and won, or I'm going to be really pissed off and, yeah, don't try to talk to me then. So, and that's just not because of the opponent today. That's for any game, for any sporting team that I like, especially in football, college and the NFL for that matter. So, man, we'll see, but yeah, leave it at that. Here's the first half stats and scores for you. As at the half, Bowling Green leads Penn State once more, 24-20. Connor Bazelak is 16-20, 192 yards passing, and 2 touchdowns. Jamal Johnson has 3 carries, 46 yards rushing, and a touchdown. And Jason Patterson has 9 carries, 46 yards as well. So they almost have 200 passing yards, and then almost 100 rushing yards for a total of 300 all-purpose yards offensively in the first half. So Fannin has 7 catches, 110 yards, and the touchdown. Malcolm Johnson has 61 yards, receiving on 5 catches, and the other touchdown. Their field goal kicker, good on a 33-yarder, and then 3 for 3 on his extra points. Penn State on the flip side. Drew Allard, 5 of 8, 108 yards passing, and a touchdown. As a team, they have 18 carries, 128 yards rushing, and a touchdown as well. Also by Drew Allard, so he's responsible for both PSU scores in this first half at 14, and then Sahedak's 2 field goals from 43 and 28 respectively gets you the 21st half points. Singleton, 10 carries, 70 yards rushing. Fat Man Katron Allen, 5 of 41. Aller, 3-17 in the score. They're finally going to the tight end, something they didn't do last week. Tyler Warren, 4-79, but then Omari Evans, the lone receiver with a catch, has the touchdown, 1 of 29, and the score. At the half, Arkansas leads Oklahoma State 21-7. Cincinnati's on top of Pitt 17-3 as well. And the same score with Texas on top of the defending national champion Michigan Wolverines, as they also, near halftime with the Longhorns, hook 'em knocking on the door. But, I mean, they've done a good job of shutting down Harrison Wallace, you know, who had a spectacular game last week. Nothing today thus far. He's been targeted, as has Julian Fleming's been, but, you know, no receptions, no yards for either of them. It's been Warren and it's been Evans. And then defensively, Kobe King and Jalen Reed have been making most of the tackles. They only have 1 tackle for loss, and that was Devon Ellies, Devon J. Thomas now as he goes by. They got to get pressure. DeLuca got to Bazelak on the 1 passing touchdown that he basically just lobbed it in the end zone in the near corner, and the receiver came down with it and, you know, scored, and they extend their lead. So, I mean, defensively, they got to get off the field, but they got to get pressure. You know, they got to get stops. Turnover 2 would be nice for sure, no doubt about it. Surprisingly, Penn State's only punted once. Raleigh Thompson boomed it for 56 yards. Sahadak, good on his 2 extra points, but also good on 2 field goals with a long of 43, the other from 28 just prior to halftime. So 24-20 is your halftime score. Penn State will get the ball back to begin the second half, I might add, as well. Some overall team stats. Offensively, they can't convert on third down. Defensively, they can't get off the field on third down. Starting in there, why don't you? Because Bowling Green has 14 first downs compared to Penn State's 11. They're 3 of 5 on third down compared to Penn State's 1 of 4. Have about 50 more total yards because of the passing, but then they're not too far behind in the rush attack either. The refs have let them play 4 total penalties, but 3 of them against Penn State. No turnovers, thank God, but they need to get a turnover or 2 on defense because that would really be nice right about now. But as mentioned with time of possession, they're trailing that by about 7 minutes, officially 18:53 to 11:07. If they can get on top and have a lead and, maybe extend that lead, they need to work clock. Okay? And they need, of course, get out healthy, for one. No injuries today in a, non-conference game like this. But you got to give it to Bowling Green. You do. They have come to play, and they're putting Penn State right in their place. They started out driving and scoring. Penn State ties it. They kick a field goal. They force Penn State to punt. They score again, go up 10. Penn State scores and cuts it to 3. They score again. And then, actually, Penn State, in the meantime, finally got off the field on defense, got a field goal out of it, tied it at 17. But then Bowling Green, right after that, scored again. And then Penn State with another field goal before halftime. So it's 24-20. I don't know how many, not necessarily backups, but just players normally in a game, like this, if it gets out of hand in the second half. I don't know how many of them now you're potentially going to see, if any at all, this second half, because Penn State's going to have to be playing the best of the best, the starters, to give themselves, the best chance to win, because just go out and find a way to win, because that's all that matters. So as I go through some of this pregame that I had planned, make sure, of course, whenever everything it looks like I did. I know I've repeated myself a few times as normally do, but if they can get off the field on third down, get a turnover on defense, capitalize off of it, get yourself a lead, work some clock, they should be fine. But we'll see. But yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. Take a look around the rest of college football. As mentioned, Texas, Cincinnati, and Arkansas are all up on Michigan, Pitt, and Oklahoma State, and the 3 other games I'm currently watching, as Bowling Green's also leading Penn State 24-20 at halftime if you're just now tuning in. Which, by the way, thanks for tuning in and watching my live play-by-play college football, Bowling Green at Penn State. Watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit the red subscribe button, notification button next to it as well. Here on YouTube, stay up to date. Thumbs up button if you're enjoying, hoping for a Penn State comeback to victory. Thumbs up button, share, hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well, as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. And also be sure to scan the QR code behind me if you haven't done so already. Right now in college football, Bowling Green up on Penn State, as we know, 24-20. Texas leading Michigan 24-3. Cincinnati 17-6 on top of Pitt, and Arkansas 21-7 on top of Oklahoma State. As they near halftime, Tulane leads Kansas State 20-10. Syracuse on top of Georgia Tech 21-14. Minnesota shutting out Rhode Island 17-zip. Rutgers 21-3 on top of Akron. UConn has scored 56 points in the first half, leading Merrimack 56-7. Memphis on top of Troy 21-7. Army 14-7 at half at FAU. And then Texas A&M, who Bowling Green plays at in 2 weeks, leading McNeese State 28-0. Still to come this week in college football. Tennessee Tech, Georgia, Missouri State, Ball State. Penn State's next opponent also in 2 weeks because they also have a bye next week as mentioned. So I'll see everybody in 2 weeks when they host Kent State. But Kent State hosting St. Francis this afternoon. Utah Tech and UNLV. Northern Illinois, Notre Dame, Baylor, Utah, Iowa State, Iowa, Jacksonville State, Louisville, Cal and Auburn, South Carolina, Kentucky, Michigan State, Maryland, Eastern Michigan, Washington, South Dakota, Wisconsin, UMass and Toledo. Duquesne goes to Boston College, Charlotte at UNC, Idaho and Wyoming, Temple, Navy, University of Texas San Antonio and Texas State. Middle Tennessee State and Ole Miss, Marshall, Virginia Tech, Florida A&M, the U, Albany at West Virginia, who Penn State beat last week, but they're having trouble, of course, right now with Bowling Green down by 4 at halftime, 24-20. As we're about to kick off the second half, it looks like Central Michigan and Florida National, Gardner-Webb, JMU, East Carolina, ODU. South Alabama's at Ohio, Sam Houston State, UCF. Alabama hosts South Florida. Buffalo's at Mizzou. Kansas at Illinois. Florida hosts Sanford. William & Mary at Coastal Carolina. Eastern Kentucky, Western Kentucky. Chattanooga, Georgia State. Cal Poly's at Stanford. Virginia, Wake Forest. Louisiana, Lafayette, and Kansas State. Cincinnati State, Air Force. Northern Colorado, Colorado State. Georgia Southern, Nevada. Tulsa, Arkansas State, UAB, Louisiana Monroe, Southeast Louisiana State, Southern Miss, Texas Southern and Rice, Western Michigan and Ohio State, Tennessee, NC State, Nichols, LSU, Alcorn State and Vandy, Colorado, Nebraska should be interesting, Stephen F. Austin and North Texas, Houston at OU, App State goes to Clemson, where they've never won before, Long Island and TCU, Southern Utah, UTEP, Boise State at Oregon should also be interesting. Northern Arizona, Texas Tech, Washington State, Sacramento State, Fresno State, Liberty, New Mexico State, and then Mississippi State, Arizona State, Oregon State, San Diego State, and USC host Utah State late tonight. 3 games last night as the NFL kicked off on Thursday. The Chiefs beat the Ravens 27-20, and then the Eagles, led by 3 Saquon Barkley touchdowns, beat the Packers after a Hail Mary late was no good as time expired. But in college football, as it is opening weekend in the NFL, got games tomorrow. Be sure to tune back in. Indiana beat Western Illinois 77-3. BYU 18-15 at SMU, and Duke beat Northwestern in double overtime 26-20. James Franklin. Yep. We'll get those things cleaned up, he says. Well, you better. Everybody needs to step the hell up. Yeah. So offensively now, beginning the second half. First play of the third quarter, 1st and 10, Penn State from the 25. Bo Perbulin at quarterback. And with a quarterback keeper, he gets 8 yards. 2nd and 2. So that's what's going on in college football. That's what's to come the rest of today. We'll preview next week at some point in time during the second half, so stay tuned for that. Even though Penn State will be off, and I'll see everybody in 2 weeks after today. And Kent State, if I'm Kent State, I'm doing the same game plan Bowling Green has used in at least the first half. We'll see how the second half plays out. But Perbula, hands off. And a first down, Penn State to the 46. Fat man.
That's why they call him the hammer. That's just tough running in the inside. Yeah, once you get, again, I've been talking about second level, and that's once you get past that defensive line into the linebackers.
So they're working a 2-quarterback system with Drew Aller and Bo Perbula. Aller's back out there. Aller's a better passer, can run now, obviously. Perbula is a better runner than he is passer, but he can also throw. So it's like, well, defensively, you know, if they're both out there, one's going to be in the backfield, one's going to be lined up. You still got to be on your toes because you don't know what the hell is going to happen. 2nd and 8. Empty set. Drew Aller going to step up, roll out, and pass caught. Katron Allen, the fat man, with the catch for a first down. He bobbled it, but he was able to secure it. Control possession, they say, catch, first down. Aller limping back to the huddle as he got hit, as he got rid of it. Hopefully he's okay. Should be all right. So 1st and 10 here, Penn State. 36-yard line, starting to knock on the door, potentially. As now we got a whistle. And, of course, the previous play is under further review. So they're going to think about it, and then hopefully they tell us something good. Yeah, let's see the replay. And Aller going to get some extra time here to rest. He's limping. But I think he's all right. That looks like a catch to me. I mean, it's a catch on the field, so they have to find indisputable evidence to overturn it. I mean, yeah, you got to have control and possession, but once again, they said catch on the field. That's tough. That's close. Now they say it's overturned. It's incomplete. All right. Play on. Play through it. Oh, right there. All right. Yeah. Okay. See it too. So, incomplete. 3rd and 8. What, back at the 48? Yeah. Just get a first down. Still the opening drive of this second half. Aller going to avoid a sack, avoid another sack. Throw it. Throw it. Still avoiding sacks, and then he goes down to the 25-yard line on a sack of about 20 yards. Throw it away. Jesus Christ. Throw it away. So they'll punt. And back to the defense, going to have to get a stop. Which, who knows if they're going to be able to or not. Fair catch signal for the 25. So, defensively, man. they might be in trouble if they can't, get a stop. And the offense is just going to, putter. So, yeah, okay. See what the defense has got. It's really on them to do something. Man. Just frustrating. Like, it's that, regardless of who you are, regardless of what level, it's that hungover game, laying an egg, yet they're still in it. So, once again, defensively, they're going to have to get a stop here. I can't state that enough. They need a stop. If they can get a stop, offense capitalizes off of it. If they can get a turnover, which would even be better, honestly. Short field. Maybe even a defensive score of some sorts. Pick six, fumble, scoop, and score. They need something to go their way. They've truly only been able to get off the field once on defense this whole entire game. And then all the offense got out of it was a field goal to tie it at 17. Back to the new Big Ten commercial. But anyways, even after that, they let them score again. Just as they let them score, a few times before then. So it's like, man, wake up again. Get your head out of your ass and let's play. Yeah, he's walking around making sure he's staying loose. So from the 26, 1st and 10, Bowling Green up 4 here still. 24-20 early third quarter because Penn State can't do anything on the opening drive, even with getting the ball back to begin the second half. And Abdul Carter with the tackle. Tackle of a loss of 2. So, yeah, Bowling Green in the lead. They're probably going to run the ball and work clock. Penn State's going to have to stop the run, but they're going to have to watch for the play action. Hopefully they don't get beat deep. And they got to get pressure. Come on, defense. Let's go. And they run a screen, and it's caught, but tackle right away. Cam Miller and Devon. So 3rd down. Come on, D. Get off the field. Give them a quick 3 and out and get the ball back. Third and officially 6, they say. Come on, defense. Let's get a stop. And pass incomplete. 4th down, they'll punt, they'll get the ball back. So offensively, let's get back to the drive you sort of had going your way to begin the second half before the pass that was rolled to catch and then overturned on replay after review, incomplete, and then the sack, and then they punt, but then they get a 3 and out defensively. So, just one thing at a time, but You got to get some points here. And Caden Saunders fumbles the punt return before it goes out of bounds. I was about ready to say returning his first punt return of the season because all he did last week was signal fair catch. And this was the first time Bowling Green punted today. He returns it, fumbles it, it goes out of bounds. It's going to be Penn State football because they were the last to touch it. Even though the BG player tried to save it. Couldn't do so. I mean, shit, if they did, they would have picked it up and walked in the end zone. They were right there at like the 5-yard line. So, and then that would have been a costly mistake. I mean, we'll see if Caden Saunders is out there returning punts next time somebody punts. But, yeah. Offense got a ways to go. Length of the field pretty much here. Close call there. Don't shoot yourselves in the foot. Don't be turning the ball over. So, run the football. Would like them to take a shot. Because they haven't gone deep since that passing touchdown. On that quick 3-play touchdown drive. Everything else has been, what it was all last year for the most part. So, I mean, I get, take what the defense gives you. You're going to run the football to pass to run. But, man, just...
The new Usenet is Jupiter powered with unlimited data and faster speeds than ever before. Now I can stream up anything I can dream of. That's right. And Usenet Fusion Point.
They got to find that, fighting the dog mentality and go out and take it. Go out and want it. Go out and find a way to win.
Call today to get free professional installation and exclusive offers. This changes everything. Yes, it does. Now it's your chance to get the new Usenet. Call 1-800-605-6206.
So, double 1st and 10. And we'll see what they do. 10:20 to play in this third quarter. They still trail by 4, 24-20 Bowling Green. And Warren in motion. And Aller will take the give. Pass to Warren. Complete. He might get over 100 yards receiving if he keeps it up, but he ain't going to care about that. Nobody's going to care about any of these stats unless they win. Good block. Julian Fleming with a good block. Aller looking to throw again. Down the far sideline. And Warren again. Might have actually just went over the century mark. Out past midfield. Another first down, Penn State. Under 10 to play in this third quarter. Keep it going. Keep it going. Let's go. Hurry up seems to be working for him. Well, why, go away from it. Work the run game in, though, here. Maybe run a screen. Maybe take a shot. 1st and 10. Wallace in motion, out of the pistol. Miscommunication with the back. And then Aller's going to get sacked again. And this ain't really much of a surprise with Bowling Green sacking Drew Aller now a few times. They're getting pressure. Penn State unbalanced, not that consistent. But Bowling Green has led the MAC in sacks the past 2 years. And they're ranked nationally top 15 in that category, I might add as well. 2nd and 14. with Fleming in motion. Clifford, the little red dog in the slot. Down the seam, again to Warren. First down, Penn State. His go-to favorite target today is Tyler Warren, just like it was Harrison Wallace last week. Who's it going to be in 2 weeks' time? Who knows? Who cares? You still got a quarter and a half to play here, and you got to find a way to win. Work the run game in here. Come on. 1st and 10, knocking on the door again. You got to find a way in. You can't get this close and then go backwards. Got Prabula in at quarterback? Yes. And he'll hand off Singleton for about 5, maybe 6. Second down. So Aller will call the play, but then line up as a receiver, top of your screen for Beulah in the ball game still at quarterback in the gun. And they'll run it again, but he'll keep it. They want to run an option, but he won't pitch it to Clifford because he had a hole, hit the lane, and went, and we'll see the spot. He might just be short. 3rd and inches. They might give him the first down, though. They say 3rd down. Get up there and sneak it. Aller's 6'5", 240 for God's sakes. I mean, come on. Get up under center and sneak it. They now, signal first down. They give him a new set of downs. 1st and 10, Penn State at the 17. And a bubble screen complete. Julian Fleming. His first catch as a Penn State Nittany Lion. The former Ohio State Buckeye, who's originally from Pennsylvania, committed to Penn State, decommitted, went to the shoe to play for the Nuts, and then transferred. Second and 7, Aller. Down the middle, caught. Touchdown Penn State for their first lead today. Nick Singleton for 6 with 6:13 to play in this third quarter. Penn State leads 26-24. Extra point to come. We are Penn State. Ohio State. And they struck their gate and drove and scored. That's for damn sure. Now you have momentum on your side. Now the defense can feed off of this. And now you got to get more stops. Maybe score some more points would be nice too. Work some clock and just find a way to win this game. 27-24 Penn State, 6 and change in the third. Aller with another passing touchdown. Right on the fucking money. So they'll go to break. And whether it's a deep ball on a passing touchdown, whether it's down the seam to the tight end, whether it's coming out of the backfield and hitting the back, in the end zone, for a touchdown, they all count the same. So, touchdown Penn State, 27-24. Update these stats now that we're midway through this third quarter. Defense has got to get another stop, though, man. They do. If they can get another stop, you feed off of that. Like, I smell turnover coming here before too long. Hopefully by Bowling Green and not by Penn State. But just has that feeling that something along those lines, something wacky is going to happen. This game's as close as it is, getting down to the wire. Everybody's, playing as hard as they can play. I mean, you look at from halftime on, because Bowling Green controlled the first half for the most part. Yeah, Penn State gets the ball back to begin the second half. Nothing, drive stalled, they punt. Defense, somebody lit a fire in their ass, that's for damn sure. They get a quick 3 and out, and then the offense, just keeps up the opening drive of the second half that they had going for them, but then stalled, and then they, drive and score. Sweet Caroline, eat shit, Pitt. They're down at halftime too. Penn State's on top for the first time today, but there's the big uglies. Just you got to keep it going, okay? You got to keep it going now. Penn State kicks off. And Bowling Green will return it from the 2. And out to the 18 he goes. So 1st and 10, Falcons from there. Got a flag on the play. Got a personal foul, hands the face on Penn State on the kickoff. 15 yards, first down, so be 1st and 10, Bowling Green to the 33. I don't think I've ever seen a personal foul, hands to the face on a fucking kickoff before, but hey, there you go. Normally see hands to the face up front with the offensive and defensive line, but on a kickoff. But 1st and 10. And a rollout. Pass. Almost picked off. Elliott Washington. He had one last week late in the 4th. Batted it down. Almost had it. And would have probably returned it for a touchdown, too. So incomplete. 2nd and 10. No, but the offense was able to, keep going what they had coming out of halftime. Even though they didn't get anything, they drive and score, take a lead. Got a flag on the play here. Maybe a false start. Yep. False start. Back them up 5 yards. 2nd and 15. But with the 3 and out defensively, offense scores. Defense now. Need another stop. So 2nd and 15 from the 28. It's back on another 10 yards. You get that 15-yard penalty, off board. Delay a game unless they call timeout. Now this defense is revved up. Crowd's really into it. Yeah, he says he can't hear. Bowling Green with a timeout. So they'll take another commercial break, and we'll get back to the action shortly, but it's still 27-24 Penn State. Couple penalties here, timeout, so we're at a standstill after the kickoff for the most part, and get the show on the road here. But yeah, defense, need a stop. Like I said about a turnover, we'll see if they can get it. They got a turnover on downs earlier. Got 3 points off of it, excuse me. We'll see if, get an actual turnover and get 3, if not 7 off of it. I mean, another field goal, it's still a one-score game. You're only up 6. Score a touchdown, you're up 10. That's 2 scores. Pressure's on them, even more than it is now. Down 3. Down just in general for the first time today, because Penn State on top for the first time now with a lead. So I don't care if it's 1 point, 2 point, 3 point lead, 7 point, 10 point, whatever. A lead is a lead. Defense feeds off of it, especially when you have momentum. And they have momentum back on their side. So just get a stop. Get a stop. So we'll leave it at that. We'll see what happens and go from there. Just once again, as always, thanks for tuning in and watching. Like, follow, and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments. Super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always great pictures as well. Scan QR code. And Texas is still up on Michigan. They're at a commercial break. Cincinnati extends their lead against Pitt mid-third quarter. And Arkansas up at Oklahoma State. So, the new Big Ten, we'll get into that in a couple weeks. But we're on the Big Ten Network today. Penn State up 27-24 on Bowling Green. Got a 2nd and 15 after a couple penalties and a timeout. And crowd on their feet, making as much noise as they can. And pressure off the edge, up the middle. They hit him, Kobe King, on a 2-yard tackle. So 3rd and 13. Get off the field. Do not give up 14 yards. Do not give up 14 yards. So trips near side, 3rd and 13. And they get to him, pass short hopped, incomplete, 4th down. They'll punt again. And they go 3 and out on back-to-back drives to begin the second half. And the tide's turned a little bit. Penn State, they've gotten off the field defensively. First drive offensively. Should have had points, nothing, but then they do take a lead. Offensively, they're getting the ball back once more. So 3rd time, hopefully going to be an even bigger charm than what it normally would be in that regard. As Bowling Green will punt once again. Do not muff it. And we got a fair catch signaled for. And it is still Caden Saunders back returning punts. Be at the 36, 37-yard line, depending on the spot there. But 1st and 10, Penn State. 5 and change to play. So they had the ball, maybe a minute and go 3 and out. Burned a timeout, too, and still couldn't convert. So they'll be down to 2, Bowling Green, that is, the rest of the way. But, yeah, the go-to target's been Tyler Warren. Keep giving it to him, obviously. How about with a lead, though? You run the goddamn ball and work some damn clock and, get back in the time possession battle and extend your lead. Check down to the tight end some more. Maybe alongside Tyler Warren. I see Khalil Dinkins out there. He didn't play last week, but get him involved. Get Luke Reynolds involved. Get Andrew Rapia involved. But, yeah, keep running the damn ball with Singleton and the Fat Man. And, maybe take a shot. Harrison Wallace, Julian Fleming, Omari Evans, Liam Clifford's getting some playing time. Both quarterbacks out there. See what they do with Perbula. As they have Aller in the gun at quarterback, Perbula to his left, but Perbula gets the snap. So they could have, either way, snapped it straight back or snapped it to the side. And Perbula got the snap, gave, and, nothing really there. Got a 3rd down coming up. Yeah, Fat Man, maybe a yard. Maybe 2. They say 3rd and 2. So, Get a first down. Just get 3 yards. You don't need to get, 53 here, 55. Just get a first down. Get 3-4 yards. Aller out of the gun, looking to throw. Comes back near side, wide open. Khalil Dinkins at tight end. There you go. First down, Penn State. His first catch of the season. From North Allegheny. Okay, he was hurt last week. That's why he didn't play. And he's wide open on the comeback. So 1st and 10. And Aller out of the pistol. Hand off to the fat man. And Katron gets 3, maybe 4. 2nd down. Let's work some clock. Don't snap it until, not necessarily you have to or want to, like under 10. But drain this fucking play clock. Don't let... they do like go hurry up. Go in deep in the end zone. And Evans is going to get charged with the PI today. He caught it. Touchdown. But remember last week before halftime against West Virginia, clearly pushed off even though he caught it. And they said first down. Next play they scored. No penalty. He's going to get the penalty called against them today. Pass interference on Penn State. 15 yards. They'll replay the down. Yeah. Boos from the crowd, but that's the same thing he did last week. They didn't call it. He pushed off again. Caught it. It would have been another touchdown. They do go deep to him again. But, yeah, that's right there. Yeah, that's a PI. I'll live with that. Oh, well, it is what it is. You got to get separation somehow. He's still holding on to the ball as he caught the touchdown, but it's a penalty. So, at least he's stepping up at receiver. Fleming had a catch earlier. They went to Wallace a lot last week, going to the tight end a lot today. 2nd and 22, Aller. Gonna tuck it and run. And he gets 5 yards out of bounds, so they got a 3rd and 17 at the 45 coming up. Work some of this damn clock. Seriously. Third and 17, and they got 3 up on the line, and everybody else back deep. Aller all day to throw. Gonna tuck it and run again. Got to go forward, and he'll be short. Be 4th and about 5. Now you got a decision to make. You go for it, 4th and manageable with a 3-point lead. I'd punt. I'd pin him deep. Make him drive. Play defense. You might get a safety out of it. The next drive, you might even get better field position out of it. Because you're not kicking a long field goal. They're going to at least line up to go for it right now, but I'd punt. Maybe Pooch punt it. No, do not snap it. No, punt. Punt. They'll go for it. Aller over the middle. It's caught. First down. Evans. Just barely got it. A crosser over the middle. Led him. Made the catch. Made a man miss with the stiff arm. And they got a score on this drive now. He got it by about a half yard. That's definitely a first down, but that's close. Under a minute to play in the 3rd quarter. And out of the pistol, fat man, far side, off to the races, inside the 20. Pushed out of bounds around the 15. 1st and 10, Penn State. Keep running it. They might have got away with a hold, too. Keep running it. Keep fucking running it. Well, they might not even have to snap it. No, they don't have to snap it. Game clock's under the play clock at a 2-second differential. So let it run out, go into the fourth quarter, switch ends, and go down and score and extend your lead. Don't even snap it. Because you don't do anything stupid. Do not snap it. They will with 3 seconds, though. Aller into the end zone. It's picked off, of course. Do not fucking snap it. Jesus Christ. You could have took it down to the end of the quarter and then ran it in, and then you throw a fucking pick in the end zone. And then Bowling Green's stupid about it. They don't take a knee on it, and they return it, and then now they got the ball at the 3 or 4 yard line. Threw a fade, but he completely underthrew it. You gotta be kidding me. So they turned the ball over for the first time today, and it might cost them. Just don't give up a huge, long touchdown drive, because they have to drive the length of the field now. This defense needs to stop. Man, like I said, take it to the end of the quarter. Play your next snap. No, we're going to snap it and throw a pick. Well, you better get off the field again on defense now. Son of a bitch. I mean, that might be a 6-10 4-point swing, if you want to look at it that way. You know, they get a field goal out of it. All right, extend the lead. They score, go up 10. Turn it over, though. You know, give up field goal. You're tied again. You know, they score, go up 4. You're down again. Like, just hopefully it doesn't bite them in the ass. They should have took it to the end of the quarter, as I was saying. Son of a bitch. Just frustrating. I mean, that's points going to be left off the board now. I mean, that's a red zone turnover that, you know, you're not going to be able to get back. Unless they, you know, get a stop on defense and somehow get a turnover in a short field and they score quick and, you know, okay, it's 34-24 in a couple minutes still, or get a defensive touchdown, you know, maybe a safety, maybe, you know, fumble, scoop, and score, pick 6. Just, they shouldn't have snapped it for one, but then Bowling Green picks it off and then they return it, and yeah, he completely underthrew it. And so, yeah, Bowling Green's got a 1st and 10 to the 3-yard line. Come on, defense. Let's get another stop. And far side, incomplete. Yeah, because they could have the ball at the 20. It would have been a touchback. Davian Collins from Mississippi State on the coverage. 2nd and 10. Come on, defense. And they'll hand off on a draw, and they wrap them up after about a 4-yard run. 3rd down coming up. See if they can get off the field again. Another 3rd down stop. Another quick 3 and out for Bowling Green potentially. BG will sub a few here. 3rd and 5 coming up. Come on, defense. They're looking to bring pressure. We'll see if they drop. They do. Bubble screen. Missed tackles. They get a 1st down. God damn. Now they're back to missing tackles. Might have got away with a hold again, but you still got to wrap them up. Yeah, that's a hold on 11. He literally tackled him. It should be 3rd and long. They're replaying the down, not 1st and 10 at the 17. Come on, defense. Let's get another stop. Hand off. They stuff him. No gain. Zane Durant, Jalen Reed. Bubble screen. That's another hold. Thank you. Pass is caught 2 yards, but 10 yards, they'll back him up. Finally. Thank you. Holding. Back him up 10 yards. Holding on the offense. It'll be half the distance. Yeah, they're inside the 20. Be half the distance. They missed the first one. They got him on this. Yeah, clearly. Clearly a hold. And then some. Right in front of the ref, too. And then Reed and Elsdon on the tackle. Early 4th, Penn State leads Bowling Green 27-24. You're just now tuning in. What is it? 3rd down? 2nd and... it's not 2nd and 10. No way. Another slant. Caught. Now it's like 3rd and 8. Yeah. 2nd and 20 is what it was. So, yeah. 3rd and 8 now coming up. They had trips top of your screen. That slant's been able to work for them all damn day, no doubt about it. Penn State hasn't been able to cover it. But, come on, defense. Let's go. What do you got? Come on, boys. And they'll drop, bring 4 on the pressure. Oh, they almost get to him. Another hold. And then Bazelak's pass is out of bounds, incomplete. 4th down, they'll punt again. And they've punted on all 3 second half drives they've had. Penn State's really turned the tide now and swung the momentum in their favor and have given themselves a chance, you know, and now with the lead, getting the ball back once again. They blocked the punt, but it still got some hang time on it, rolled out of bounds around the 40. So they'll have a, decent field. 1st and 10, Penn State, up 3, 12:01 to play. Run the goddamn ball. Work clock, okay? Score, extend your lead to 10. That might do it, honestly. And then you score the same 34 you did last week, for God's sakes, even though you gave up 12 more, and you had to come from behind to do it. So what? Just find a way to win. So we'll see if they can update some stats. Drew Aller, 12 of 17, $199, 2 touchdowns. The interception in the end zone at the end of the 3rd quarter when they could have, and probably should have waited till the end of the 3rd, into the 4th to, snap that play or snap the ball on that play, call whatever they're going to call, whether it's the same play, whether he still throws a pick, whether they end up scoring, whatever, because then if so, you already have a, 30, 34, 24 lead, and then you get the ball back again, maybe you might be scoring, 40 and you're up 2.5, 3 scores on them. And then the game's for sure over at that point. Because there's just not going to be time left, and they haven't done shit since the first half. But Drew Aller is 12 of 17, $199, 2 scores. make it 3 scores, actually, officially. He has 1 on the ground, but 2 passing, and then the interception, and then he has 7 carries, 7 yards, and a touchdown. But remember, he's been sacked a few times now, too, so those rush yards have dwindled. Katron Allen, 11-93. Singleton, 11-76. Talk about balance, consistency in the run game. Bingo, there you go. With both of them. Perbula, 2-12. Tyler Warren, big game for him. 7 catches, 141 yards receiving. Amari Evans, 2-34 and a touchdown. Had another from deep, but pass interference was called. Singleton, 1-14 in the score out of the backfield. Dinkins and Fleming also have a catch for a combined 10 total yards. So, that's what the offense has got. From the 40, I got a little over half the field to work with. With Wallace in motion. And hand off to Singleton for 2. Texas is now putting it to Michigan. They're up 30, make it 31-6. Cincinnati the same to Pitt, 27-6. And Arkansas 21, Oklahoma State 13. So a couple close games, a couple blowouts with what we're watching. But in my opinion, these are the 4 best games on at noon. That's why we have them on. Pass complete on a bubble screen. Tyler Warren, first down, Penn State out past midfield. Got a penalty coming in from the secondary. So we'll see what that dirty laundry is from the Zebras. Holding on Penn State. On Luke Reynolds, 10 yards, they'll replay the down. Yeah. All right, I'll live with that one too. What, 3rd and... Or is it 2nd and long?
Reynolds is a true freshman and a 4-star recruit from Connecticut. Big part of the future here for Penn State. But that setback puts the Indy Lions behind.
They should have reset the play clock. Hopefully that's not a delay game. They say 2nd and 13, so they give to 13, and the fat man gets about 5, maybe 6. So 3rd and manageable again coming up. 3rd and medium. They got Rucci and Cooper Cousins out there on the right side. Still got Nick Dawkins. At center. Or Rucci's at left tackle, excuse me. Oos at left guard, Dawkins at center, Cooper Cousins at right guard, and Donka at right tackle. Aller going deep. Has a man. And incomplete. Harrison Wallace at the 5-yard line. Good coverage. They batted it down. So 4th down, and Penn State's going to have to punt. There's a shot of the new LEDs they have in the south end zone on the sides of the scoreboard. Doesn't seem like they were working yet, though. They did put new ribbon LEDs above or below the upper decks. Penn State's getting full-blown escalators everywhere, too. So you're not going to have to walk up and down the steps hardly anymore. I mean, they'll still have the ramps and everything, but those still aren't even working yet either. But they're getting, a couple things done out of the way, while they can. The renovation of Beaver Stadium, rather than building a brand new one, which is the right decision, because where the hell would they be playing at? State College High School? If they tore it down and build a new one, let alone play in the one you have and then build a new one. Where are you going to build a new one at? There's no fucking room. But because especially with 110,000 people, it would really fuck up parking. You renovate, but it's going to go by phases. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 over the next few years. And actually, after this season, as this will be the last home opener with the stadium looking the way it does currently, because they're going to tear down the west side where the press box is at until or after the season gets over, and then build it back up and have as much done as they're going to have done by the time next season rolls around. And then, just continue to work from there. But so for the next couple years, this will be the last full season. It's 110. They'll get it back up. I mean, some of the seating is going to go away because some of the seats are going to become bigger, and there's going to be more suites and shit like that. But they're getting a ton of donations. I mean, it seems like some people have come around on the NIL with Happy Valley United. I can totally understand, though, if you haven't, because of Penn State just being Penn State. But, at the same point in time now, it's like this is the game it is, and you got to keep up with the times or you get left behind, so. But, all right, 1st and 10. High pass, incomplete. 2nd and 10. Or are they going to respot that because it was a backwards pass and it went out of bounds? No, they just say incomplete, 2nd and 10. And Penn State holding on to 27-24 lead with 10 minutes on the dot to play. Defense still needs a stop here. So they'll hand off a draw, and King and Miller and Devon, all right there on the stop. 3rd down. See if they can get off the field again. So 3rd and 9. And Penn State might have jumped. Maybe a false start. We'll see what they call. They say offside Penn State. Yeah, it's probably the right call. 5 yards, be 3rd and 4. So they're going to modernize Beaver Stadium. I mean, the defense might want to come with the times and quit jumping off sides, too. Too many damn times. Jesus Christ. A mean Vanover, 15. Yeah, it's encroachment. So 3rd and 4, slant, caught, 1st down. Who would have thought? Come on. They need to stop because you can't let them, drive and score and work all this clock, and then, you get the ball back with, next to no time remaining and then needing a touchdown to win it, because if they score, they're up 4, you need a, touchdown to win because the field goal ain't going to cut it. Now, if they only tie it up with a field goal touchdown for you is going to win it. But a draw, 2nd and 10 coming up. That's Rojas, King, and DDS denied Dennis Sutton on the stop. So 2nd and 10. Come on, defense. What do you got? Timeout, timeout. Bowling Green called a timeout. They'll have one left with 7:45 to play, down 3. Second and 10 still to come. And they say full immediate timeout, so they'll take commercial break. We'll get back to the action shortly.
Say hello to the new HughesNet. The new HughesNet is Jupiter powered with unlimited data and faster speeds than ever before.
Now I can stream up anything I can dream of.
Now you can do it all. Connect, stream, and play. Call today to get free professional installation and exclusive offers. Call 1-800-914-5407.
There they are, showing off some of the renovation at Beaver Stadium from them working since all last season. They actually put an LED board on the fucking field too, in the north end zone. Yeah, 27 they're planning on having it done by the time season starts. Deny Dennis Sutton. Well, we didn't see the catch because the cameraman didn't move. But Deny Dennis Sutton chased him down, hit him, and then he threw it. But they say catch. We got to see a replay of the catch because they didn't even show it in live time. 3rd and 3, they say, for Bowling Green. Was it a catch? Was it not a catch? I guess we'll never know. Here we go. All right. 3rd and 3. And Bowling Green pass caught, but depends on the spot. It's going to be right there at the first down marker. And it looks like they'll give him the first down. Then we get the chain gang out there to measure. Jalen Reed on the tackle. They say 1st and 10. So they've already moved the sticks. And fake the give. And Bazelak's pass. Picked off. Tony Rojas on the interception. From Fairfax, Virginia to the 8-1-4. And the first Penn State defensive turnover of the game. They had a turnover on downs earlier. Got a field goal out of it. But there's that turnover I was feeling was coming a little bit ago. Took some time, but we get it. He jumped the route and boom, makes the pick. And that's a catch. Now, with a 3-point lead still, been deadlocked standstill here. Been close all game. But Bowling Green hasn't done shit in the second half. 3 punts, now an interception. Penn State takes their first lead. With the lead, and Bowling Green only have one timeout, 6.5 to play. Run the goddamn ball and work this clock. So 2 yards, 2nd and 8 coming up. As Fat Man having a better game today than he did last week, even though he did have a touchdown against the Mountaineers. Work the clock. Keep it balanced. Keep it consistent. Keep it simple. They only gave him a yard. Don't snap it until like 5 seconds. They snap it with 10. Fat Man on the give again. And another 3 yards for him. Watch, they're going to go, 3 and out here themselves and not take any time off the clock, just like they always love to do in these situations. 3rd and 6. Get a first down. Just get a first down. Warren in motion. And now a timeout. Bowling Green, they're 3rd and final. They got no more timeouts the rest of the way. 5:20 to play. No more timeouts for BG. So if, they're in a situation, they're trying to drive and score and tie this game up, win, they're going to have to get out of bounds or get up on the ball and spike it. I mean, clock management-wise on their part today, iffy. I mean, they show up Penn State schedule. We'll get into that later, as we already have anyway. It's right now. They're off next week, so I'll see everybody in 2 weeks. And then they got another non-conference game before they get into conference play. But, yeah, we'll, as we always do, one game at a time. Just damn good first half for them. You got to give it to them. They've still played an okay second half. They just offensively 3 and out, interception. But like Penn State still really hasn't done much themselves. That's why it's still as close as it is. So 3rd and 6 here from 42. Aller all day to throw again. And pass almost picked off. So yeah, you're going to punt and give them the ball back. Just a minute or so as you had the ball, nothing after the pick. You can't even capitalize off of it. I mean, come on. So back into the hands of the defense. Like I said at halftime, this defense is either going to win them or lose them this game. And they already have one turnover. Half the turnover and downs doesn't technically count as a turnover, but a turnover. They're 14-0, undefeated since the start of 2022, when they force more than 2 turnovers a game. So if they can get the 2, if they can get one more here, I mean, that stat holds. There you go. As long as they win. That's all that matters. Just find a way to win this game. I mean, if it's 27-24, if it's 30-24, it's 34-24. Like, really, who gives a shit at this rate? Just win. Who covers by 3, 6, 10, more than that? Just do not let them drive and score. They have no timeouts, though. So tackle them in bounds and wind the clock. 1st and 10 from the 15. Bazelak rolls out. And then chucks it away, incomplete. 2nd and 10. 5:01 to play. Who's it going to be defensively? Is it going to be Kobe King, who's been making tackles all day? Is it Jalen Reed, who, been playing well? What about Kevin KJ Winston? Where's he been? Denied Dennis Sutton, with a sack. Devon Ellies, Devon J. Thomas. They give on a draw. Cam Miller was playing good early, then been getting beat. Rojas just had the pick. Like, we'll see who steps up and makes a play. Just get a stop defense. It's a team game, team sport. 3rd and 11. And Basilak, far side, incomplete. Picked off again. There you go. There's Zakee Wheatley. Could be a dagger, could not be a dagger. We'll see. I mean, they get the ball back a minute after they just give the ball back to him, because a minute before that they got an interception off him again. There's your 2 turnovers, though. Back-to-back drives, I might add. And like I said, they're undefeated since the start of 22. The 2022 season at 14-0 when they have 2 or more turnovers on defense. There's 2 for you. That's a pick. It was incomplete because he completely overthrew him. There's nobody there, but just out of thin air comes Wheatley 6 and makes the pick. So it's interception, 1st and 10 Penn State. Bowling Green has no timeouts. You're up 3. Run the damn ball. Do not throw. Run the damn ball. There's Singleton. Breaks it. 1st down inside the 20. 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, and that will be the dagger. With 4:09 to play, I might add. And the last time these 2 teams met, you can't make this shit up. The last time these 2 teams met was Joe Paterno's 300th career win. 4:09 one was last. They score with 4:09 to play. 33-24. Extra point to come. And 1 play, 6 points. They had a couple quick, drive. They had a quick drive earlier. A couple quick drives last week. Extra points up and good. 34-24. So they've been shutting out Bowling Green since the half. They were down, remember, 24-20 at halftime. 14 points in their favor. Probably should have a few more. No doubt about it. Bowling Green probably should have a few more too. But Penn State's defense cracked down. And, okay, they do capitalize off that interception rather than the first one on the last drive before that. But they found a way to, get it done in the end. It's a 60-minute game. Yeah, they're down. They're playing like shit. I said wasn't worried yet, but would be, and they'd be in trouble if it kept up. But it didn't keep up. They started to do what Bowling Green was doing to them in the first half, and that was putting it to them, telling them to bend over. So Penn State on a kickoff. No, but you got to give it to Bowling Green. I mean, they came to play. I mean, they're still in it. I mean, they're only down 10. There's still 4:09 to play. The problem is for them, well, good thing for them, they're going to get a short field because Penn State just fucking kicked out of bounds. So, kick out of bounds, penalty, ball 35, 40-yard line. But no, they came to play, had Penn State right where they wanted them at, and then, as Dennis Green once said, oh, we let them off the hook. You want to crown them, crown their ass. And Penn State just seemingly, with being at home, more powerful, more physical, more used to the situation, and doing what it takes. But you got to give it to Bowling Green. We still got 4 minutes to play here. But, of course, any team you beat, this game still ain't over. They haven't beat them just yet. They're up 10. But you want them to, play well the rest of the year because it makes Penn State look even better. Makes it a strong win. So, I mean, Penn State plays West Virginia and Bowling Green in the first 2 games. I mean, Don Nealon coached at both schools. Penn State already beat one. We'll see if they can beat the other school he coached. But handoff, no gain in the play, 2nd and 10. And, Who knows? They might be one of the best teams in the MAC this year. It's still early. There's still a lot of football to be played. You know? I mean, defense did wake up, and they cracked down, and they made the stops they had to make when they had to make them. 2nd and 10. Bazelak's pass caught, but Cam Miller wraps him up right away rather than another missed tackle. So 3rd down, under 3 to play, but I mean, you're probably looking at your ball game here, these next 2 plays. If they don't convert, you know, Penn State can probably knee it out at that point. We'll see the, you know, timing of all this. So a give up the middle and a draw. It'll be, well, he might have got it there rather than 4th and short. They'll give him the 1st down, it looks like. That's 1st down. They'll move it. So 2:18 and counting to play. 34-24 Penn State. And, I was going to say, who called timeout? Well, college football did, because it's the 2-minute timeout in college football. The 2-minute warning, if you will. So 2 minutes to play. Bowling Green with the 1st and 10. Down 10, 34-24 here against Penn State. So Penn State. Hopefully this is a little bit of a wake-up call, if you will. They got a bye next week, so you know, they get some rest because they'll have another bye in a little over a month, and then it's a long season. So you want to be rested up and as healthy as you can be. I think we saw that last week in the second half after the weather delay. You know, of all the players that were cramping up, none of them were Penn State guys. They're all on the other side. Not saying anything against West Virginia, but just they still came out and were playing their game, you know, and making plays. And of course, wish West Virginia luck the rest of the way too, as I said in the stream the other day. As you know, mentioned, went down to Morgantown, was there in person, still watched the game and streamed it. Here we are today, for the first time technically, you know, this season for streaming on a college football Saturday. But yeah, bye week next week, and then they host Kent State. And if I'm Kent State, I'm using the same game plan Bowling Green had today, no doubt about it. I mean, they you know, played with Pitt close last week, you know, until the second half rolled around. Similar to what Bowling Green's, you know, had here. And Penn State's had their chances, no doubt about it, to score some more points. But just not able to. So, you know, with all that being said, you know, if they can still hold on to this 10-point lead, find a way to win, you know, game ain't over until it's over, you know. You know, at the end of the day, a win's a win. It ain't always pretty, but more so a second half team today than a first half team. But overall, still was, you know, I shouldn't say pretty steady, but 1st and 10, bubble fake, pump fake, and then pass complete, 1st down. But they were in it, you know, and then they just, you know, too powerful, Bowling Green in it, and then they, you know, back off, and then the 3 drives that turned into punts didn't help, and then the 2 other drives that turned the ball over didn't help them either. Because who knows, they score on some of those. I mean, it's still a hell of a lot closer. Penn State's still not doing much. They're, you know, still in trouble. Cam Miller with another nice open field tackle. 2nd down coming up. So,
Play and get it called, get it off. That was what, 37 yards from 5. At one point from here, you got to take a shot.
2nd and 5 from the 25. And I mean, shit, they could, as Carter makes the tackle right away. 3rd down coming up. I mean, time ain't on their side. They have no timeouts either. 4th down potentially. They could kick a field goal. You know, make it, kick an onside kick, get it back. They're down 7 rather than trying to score and then kicking an onside kick to get the ball back to kick a field goal to tie. 3rd and 4. Penn State calling a timeout. No. Bazelak, far side, high, incomplete. So 4th and 4, 51 seconds. I mean, if I'm BG, I'm kicking a field goal. Yeah. Gonna try to cut it to 7. If you make it, kick an onside kick. And then hope to get the ball back and score to tie it. But if you miss the field goal, game's over. So this will be with a little wind going to the left. They say 42. Kicks up. Kick's good. So here comes an onside kick. 34-27 Penn State on top of Bowling Green with 47 seconds to play. Get your hands team out there and recover this sucker. If Penn State recovers, game's over. Knee it twice. But if BG gets it back, it's going to come down to one of the final plays here. And still in college, like, kickoffs are the same as they always have been. Onside kicks, you can kick an onside kick whenever the hell you want to. The NFL now, they've changed all that. And if you're kicking an onside kick late in the game, you got to let the other team know, hey, I'm kicking an onside kick right now. Like, what the hell is that? Like, there's no fun in that. But, I mean, you know here they're definitely going to kick an onside kick anyway, so. Because they have to, because they're down. Because, okay, that's their first point since the 2nd quarter. Like I said, their 3 other drives had punts, and the 2 other drives had interceptions. Just imagine they scored on those. I mean, they're probably beating Penn State right now. And it's not Bowling Green kicking an onside kick. It's probably Penn State kicking an onside kick. But, yeah, get your hands team out there. Penn State going to call a timeout. Yeah. Make sure they're lined up right. But, yeah, special teams. You got to rely on special teams. You got to recover this onside kick. I don't care about that stat right now. I don't, so I'm not even going to mention it. Yeah, and they're still talking about Penn State making the playoff in the past. I'm not getting into that right now either. We've talked about that enough to this point. We'll talk about it more later. But right now, recover the onside kick. Is it going top? Is it going bottom? Is it going left? Is it going right? It's going right to the bottom of your screen. And Kobe King on the recovery. So Penn State can knee it out here twice. And the Nittany Lions will defeat Bowling Green 34-27 to get to 2-0. BG will fall to 1-1. Both teams will be on bye weeks next week. Bowling Green goes to Texas A&M in 2 weeks' time. Penn State hosts Kent State. Be sure to tune back in live right here on YouTube for those live play-by-play watch-along reactions as well. But a close call for sure today. You know, we'll get into some post-game recap here in a minute, but a win's a win at the end of the day. They ain't always pretty. You know, some of them are ugly. So there's 1-0 down. He can knee it again. You got to give Bowling Green credit. You do. I mean, they had Penn State right where they wanted them at. And probably should have had them.
It shows itself pretty well. Penn State showed a couple of holes, some things that kept
And an even bigger deficit. And, you know, potentially, hey, a loss. So they don't even have to snap it. 3, 2, 1, win, game's over. Final score, 34-27, Penn State. 8th ranked team in the country. They'll probably fall in the rankings, I'd bet. Still early. Still a lot of football to be played. Talk about them in the 12-team playoff. You just got to be in the top 11, you know, because that 12th team's going to be a highest ranked non-power 5. So, I mean, hopefully this is just a wake-up call, and this doesn't turn into every week occurrence. But see what James Franklin's got to say. And they did. The defense got him back in the game and honestly won in the game. And the offense capitalized off turnovers. Yeah. Those interceptions were crucial. And they got 3 points off of a turnover on downs earlier, too. So 10 points off of 3 turnovers, if you will, today. Because the other one, they punted. Or 1-0. Yeah. No shit, you got work to do. So, hey, a win's a win, though, at the end of the day. You know, I'll take it. You know, we'll sing the alma mater. So, they're actually going to sign off. It's only a little after 3. So, hey, a win's a win. You know, that's the main thing. With everything else that I'm going to say or have already said, a win's a win at the end of the day. Okay? So, yeah, like James Franklin said, and as I've said, you know, a few times today too, you got to give it to Bowling Green. Because they came to play. They showed up and were punching Penn State in the mouth. Had them right where they wanted them at, and then, you know, the second half came, and the first drive of the second half, Penn State was getting the ball back. No, they had, you know, a couple good plays, but then they went backwards. Drive stalled, and then the defense cracked down because in the first half, the defense, they could not get off the goddamn field to save their goddamn lives. They couldn't. Flat out. They could not get off the field at all in the first half. They did once, but then, you know, the very next drive, Bowling Green scored again. So, Penn State was down 24-20 at halftime, obviously. Bowling Green was getting shut out just up until that field goal late. You know, but Penn State with the 2 touchdowns in the second half, and the interceptions on defense helped out. You know, they capitalized off some turnovers, which is good. You know, so they'll be plus. Well, they turned one over themselves as well. Plus 3 or 4, I do believe, in the turnover margin. 2 games in, with points off of as well. So, you know, you get your points where you can get them at, especially in a tight game like this. You know, like I said, for Bowling Green, like if only they, you know, would have done a little bit more in the second half, You know, as they only lose by 7. They flat out might have beat Penn State. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of room to improve. It's still early, still a lot of football to be played. Wins a win at the end of the day. So, but no, you got to give it the Bowling Green. You got to give it the Bowling Green. Wish them the best of luck in the MAC this year. You know, like I said, maybe they're going to be one of the best teams in the MAC. And, you know, this just makes, you know, Penn State's win, you know, look stronger because it's a win at the end of the day still. You know, whether it's by 7, whether it's by 70, anywhere in between. But, you know, they had Penn State right where they wanted them at, man. They did. And they honestly, as a Penn State fan, they probably should have beat us. They probably should have. I ain't gonna lie. But Penn State, I wouldn't necessarily say gets lucky, but, you know, you're playing at home, you got the crowd, you know, more physical, more powerful, you know, just more stamina to push your way through a, you know, full 60, because they ain't, you know, a first half game. It's a first and a second half game. If it goes to overtime, then 2, then okay. But that's why I said at halftime, not worried yet, but I'm going to be here eventually before too long if it keeps up. But if they, you know, switch something, which seemingly didn't really switch much because they still couldn't cover the fucking slant in the second half. They cracked down on the run for sure. But overall defense, yeah, lit a fire in their ass. They woke up, got their head out of their ass as a team, and, you know, they got the stops that they needed to get when they needed to get them. They got the hell off the field, you know, 3 times. They got 2 interceptions. They gave up the field goal late, recovered the onside kick, game's over. But just the perspective, the narrative, well, you should be beating this team, you know, by whatever amount, just goes to show, you know, in a game like this, that doesn't mean shit. Because each game's different, you know, it's the 1-0 mentality. This is the opponent, not looking ahead, not thinking backwards. It's just, you know, you got to do what it takes. But, like I said, I wouldn't necessarily say they got lucky. Because they had their chances. They very well could have scored more than 34 points. But guess what? That's what they're averaging, because that's what they scored last week. So then they score again today. Yeah, they gave up 2 more scores. Like, from game 1 to game 2, you would have thought, on paper, but the game ain't played on paper, folks. It's decided out on the field. That the final scores, at least, though, of last week to this week, would have been, like, opposite. You know? But that's why I said earlier with Bowling Green, don't take them lightly. You know? Watching the game last week, because they played last Thursday, they returned the opening kickoff, 100 yards for a touchdown. They ran for over 300 yards as a team. They passed the ball better today than, you know, they ran it. We'll get into the stats in a minute. But, like I said again, you got to give it to Bowling Green. I mean, Penn State looked good at times today, no doubt about it. But then they also looked like shit. You know? It was just... I don't even know if inconsistent would be the right word, because they only punted twice. You know, they had the 1 interception at the end of the 3rd quarter. You know, should have just ran it out, going in the 4th quarter, as I mentioned then, you know, live to play another down at that point. And, you know, maybe you score, maybe you don't, who knows? You know, they didn't get anything out of that anyway because they were getting shut out in the second half up until just the field goal late. So, I mean, they're balanced offensively. They are, especially in the run game, which thank God they still have a running game. Because under Franklin, Penn State in general, always running the football on defense, okay? That's what they're good at. But in 20 and 21, they had no running game at all. They get back to it in 22, go and win the Rose Bowl, kept it last year, and they now still have it this year. So they still have a balanced rushing attack. It keeps it balanced offensively, for one, but it gives the quarterback time. It gives the quarterback confidence that he can go out and do what he's doing. You're not one-dimensional, long story short, as players are getting interviewed. Like, the thing about it was just getting stopped, probably, not saying when they shouldn't, but like they should be making and should have made probably more plays today than they did. That's why I said I don't think inconsistency would be the right word to use. It is, but it isn't. Because like I said, they're balanced in their running game. Their passing attack, Aller went to the tight ends a lot today. A couple of receivers, and to the backs again out of the backfield, which, okay, they have that too. Like I said, you score off of it, it all counts the same anyway. It doesn't matter. It's team sport. There's no I in team. So, but they still got a lot to figure out, no doubt about it. Early buys probably going to help them. Like I said, hopefully this is just a wake-up call and doesn't become a, talk about being consistent and inconsistent. That this doesn't become consistent, and, one-score games against whoever they're playing. Like, I'm not saying they should be beating teams by, whatever. But just overall, just find a way to win. Because everybody remembers. Do what you got to do and find a way to win. So it's still early. A lot of football to be played. They got a bye week next week. Got Kent State in 2 weeks, and they open conference play. So, I mean, you look at it as a big picture in full for the game today. The defense sucked ass in the first half, and they completely, played their ass off in the second half. Offensively, as special teams was good, made the extra points, made the field goals. Maybe they don't have a kicking problem. We'll see. Talk about inconsistency. There was inconsistency with Sahadak from the start of last year to the start of this year. But offensively, like it was there. It was there, It wasn't full throttle there, on for the switch. Because, and I think later on in the game, they were really figuring out their offensive line. Like, it feels like the offensive line they had late in the fourth quarter today might very well be the O-line they move forward with. We'll see. I get you're still trying to get some guys playing time, experience. You probably would have liked to get a lot more guys playing time and experience today, but the game obviously didn't go the way you would have liked it to have went, especially early. And then you're in that position late to just find a way to win. So then that's off the table. Practice makes perfect. You get another non-conference game in 2 weeks. we'll see how that goes then. So be sure to tune back in. But, just it's a long season. They got a lot of work to do, as I do myself, as everybody does. Just not in, the sport of football, but in life. So, I don't really think there's really much else to be said. Sure, I'm forgetting something. But, yeah, just to get the win, that's, at the end of the day, what matters. Win's a win. So they're 2-0, bye week. It's going to be odd. They're going to be off next week because it's the earliest bye week they've had since 2002. And then they get Kent State. So Kent State's on the schedule for the next 2 weeks because they're off in the meantime. But this is the first of 4 consecutive home games, I might add, too. At West Virginia, then you get Bowling Green, a bye week. Then it's Kent State, Illinois, UCLA before they go on the road again mid-October. So, if they can figure out, they were talking about identity, on who they are before they got to go on the road again. Because when they go on the road to USC in about a month, after they host UCLA, they got a top 5 game stretch. Get UCLA at USC, and then the other bye week. And then they got to go to Wisconsin, and then they go to Ohio State and Washington at home into early mid-November. So, obviously, that's still a ways away. Not worried about that right now. Be worried about it game week and on game day. But not now. Kent State's next. And who knows how that game's going to go, especially with the way this game just went. It also might be a 1-score game. It might be, a blowout like it was the last time they played them. So, honestly, who knows? It's why they play the game, though, folks. It ain't decided on paper. It's decided on the field. And if you had plus 35 and the over, congratulations. Because Penn State did not cover. But like I said earlier, and as I always say, I could give a rat's ass. I could care less, if they cover or not. Whether I have money on it or not. At that rate, for a spread, over, under, money line, so on and so forth, and a parlay, whatever the case may be. All I want, and all Nittany Nation and all the coaches and players should care about, is a win. Because that's all that matters. So, once again, a win's a win. They ain't always pretty. This was an ugly win. Close call for sure, because we could be looking at it from the other side of it, on the losing end. They lose to Bowling Green at home. Major upset. Number 8 Penn State goes down, but no, Penn State survives. They hang on, and they get the job done at the end of the day. And just from special teams being good, you have, once again, Sahadak making his extra points, making his field goals. They recover the onside kick. When they needed to late, because who knows? They don't. Bowling Green chucks it up. Maybe they score. Who knows? The offense was, like I said, I wouldn't say inconsistent, but they weren't steady. I don't know what other way to say it. They were there, but then they weren't there. But they were overall still there making plays, and it's because of the running game. They're able to run the football and be balanced and consistent at that. A couple of runs, yeah, they got stuffed. Aller took a couple sacks, but Bowling Green's led the MAC in sacks the past 2 years, and they're ranked top 15 nationally in that category. So that's no surprise, and that's what I was saying with Penn State's offensive line. You know, it seemed like late in the game, they were really figuring out who the five's going to be. Because, I mean, they probably still don't know. I mean, you know who, the quarterback is. Purbulla didn't play a lot today. I mean, you don't want to give away everything, unless you absolutely have to. I guess there's still a lot to come in that regard, from what I've heard. But, like, you ain't seen nothing yet, really. We'll see. There's talk and then there's action. So, I'm sure you guys are wanting me to talk a little less, and then, we get more action on the field next time Penn State plays. But, once again, a win's a win at the end of the day. It's all that matters. They're 2-0 now. They win the home opener. By 1 point, 7 points, anywhere in between, anything more. Just, thank God, I guess we're not looking at this, through the lens of, well, they got upset and so on and so forth, because I'd be absolutely pissed off right now if so. No, but like Aller, he's able to chuck it. I mean, they went deep a couple times. You have James Franklin as head coach, Andy Kotelnicki as the offensive coordinator, came over from Kansas, and former Indiana head coach, and Tom Allen as the new defense coordinator. And had Bazelak as his quarterback at IU, I might add. But then they pick him off twice late. They did finally get to him with pressure. As Texas beats Michigan. Pitt's coming back, only down 2 at Cincinnati under a minute to play. And then Arkansas and Oklahoma State are tied late in the fourth quarter as well. So, close games and a blowout rather than, 2 apiece. So the defending national champs lose for the first time in quite a while. But, Jim Harbaugh's back in the NFL. Sharon Moore's reportedly working without a contract as the Wolverine head coach. So I don't know if that's his doing, that they're blackballing him as in, okay, well, if you suck this year, we're just going to fire your ass. Don't even sign the contract. I don't know. But who knows? We'll see what happens here. Pitt's down 2, knocking on the door. All they need is a field goal to win it. They beat Kent State, who Penn State plays in 2 weeks. And Penn State beat Cincinnati 81-0 on this very date, September the 7th, back in 1991. And Penn State still never lost on this very date because they won today 34-27 against Bowling Green. Arkansas, Oklahoma State coming down to the wire. But no. As we'll go over some final stats and scores here in a minute as well. Stay tuned for those. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. But saying with the offensive line and everything else I've said, they went deep. One of them was caught for a touchdown. Evans had the other catch for a touchdown, but then they called PI on it. Had a first down get overturned. I mean, they were having shit go their way, and they weren't. They were able to catch a break, and then they weren't. Like, they were towing that line, on whether they wanted to walk it or not. Oh, big picture, long story short. Just with how the game went. Well, are we going to do this? Are we going to do that? If we do this, what's next? If we don't do that, what's next? Because Bowling Green had some big plays, especially in the first half. Because remember, they're up 7. Penn State ties it at 7, 10-7. And then 17-7 Penn State, 17-14. They tied at 17. And then Bowling Green 24-17, 24-20 at halftime. And then Penn State, came back and took a lead and then held it and then only gave up a field goal right before the game was over. But I would think receiving-wise, rather than one player having a big game, they got to be more balanced there. They got to get more touches to this guy or that guy. It's not like they're not getting them targets, but because last week it was Harrison Wallace with a big game. Today it's Tyler Warren with a big game. Everybody else is, it really drops off below after that. But overall, you look at it, even though the defense played like shit in the first half, they got off the field one time, got a turnover on downs, offense got a field goal out of it. That's when they tied it at 17. The defense in the second half, with the momentum that they gave the offense went and scored, had turnovers, had points off turnovers. I said at halftime, the defense is flat out probably either going to win them or lose them this game. And it came down to the defense. Defense wins the championships. And defense did end up winning the game today. So I'll leave it at that. I've said my piece. That's mainly, I guess, everything I'm thinking of, at the moment. But of course, we'll see where it plays out from here. This is only one game. Don't make a habit out of it. Don't make this a consistent basis. Early bye week probably comes at a good time. Kent State in 2 weeks. Who knows how that game's going to go, just because of, them also being a MAC school. They're going to probably, I would think, I mean, they'd be stupid not to, but use the same game plan that Bowling Green had, and that's throwing it with quick slants. That's running it a little bit here and there, just keeping the Penn State defense off balance and not doing anything stupid. And then you got to give yourself a better chance in the second half. It's one game. It's a long season. Don't make a habit out of this. And because next game they might come out and blow them out by 50. They might really get a talking to, wake up, and they obviously did at halftime. That's for damn sure. And Pitt will kick a go-ahead field goal with 1 second left, up 28-27, when they were down like 3 scores earlier in this game. So it looks like Pitt's going to beat Cincinnati. And now all these 3:30 games are about to kick off. So we've already previewed that. Obviously, Penn State's off next week. They won't be playing. They'll be playing once again in 2 weeks. But it's one game, It ain't always pretty, but a win's a win. Final stats and scores. You got to give it to Bowling Green once again. Okay? So kudos to the Falcons. Connor Bazelak was 25 of 39 with 254 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, but then he had his 2 interceptions. One of them led to 7 points. The other, they got the ball right back, and then he threw the second pick. They had a turnover on downs early. Penn State got a field goal out of it, tied it at 17. Bowling Green rushing. Patterson had 57 yards rushing on 16 carries. Johnson, 5 of 46 on a touchdown. And then Fannin had 11 catches, 137 yards receiving and a touchdown. Johnson, 8 of 81 in a score. Penn State on the flip side. Drew Aller, 13 of 20, 204 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, interception. His interception was late third quarter. They should have ran it out, go into the fourth quarter, play from there. But they didn't. He threw the pick. Bowling Green didn't get anything out of it anyway, So, is what it is, but still, don't want to be turning the ball over in the red zone like that. Both running backs had over 100 yards rushing. One had 14 carries, one had 13 carries. And there's an 18-yard difference. And then Singleton had 1 rushing touchdown and then 1 receiving touchdown. Whereas last week, Singleton had the rushing touchdown and Fat Man had the receiving touchdown. So they got a 2-quarterback system with Drew Aller and Bo Perbula, who they, use. I don't know if they don't use them enough or however you want to put it. It's early. I don't necessarily think they're using them too little. They probably should be using them a little bit more to catch defense off guard, but at some point in time, you don't want to use them, a lot, because then they're just going to be ready for him and then not. Well, it still will work out that way. It'd still keep him off balance with the way I just said it. Yeah. But Drew Aller's a quarterback. Purbulo is going to throw every once in a while. He's going to run every once in a while. But, like, he's their Swiss Army knife is what he is. He can make plays. But that's what I said. You don't want to be showing off everything now in the first month of the season that you're going to want to be running late. You're still going to want to keep people guessing on what's coming, because let them figure that out, when you already know. So, Drew Aller was 13 to 20, 204 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, the interception in the red zone that hurt, had a rushing touchdown to tie it at 7 early, ended with 7 carries, 7 yards in the score, but remember, had a lot more rushing yards than that, but then he got sacked a few times. So, Singleton, 13 carries, 119 yards rushing, and a rushing touchdown. Had a catch for 14 yards and a receiving touchdown as well. Fat Man, Katron Allen, 14 of 101 yards rushing. Purbulo, 2 of 12. There you go. And then Julian Fleming had his first Penn State catch for 3 yards. Khalil Dinkins was hurt last week, played today, catch for 7 yards in the second half. Singleton, as mentioned, 1 of 14 to score. Omari Evans, 2 catches, 34 yards, and a touchdown. Had another touchdown on another deep ball down the middle of the field, but was called for pass interference, unlike last week. They called it this week, and no touchdown, or else, they would have had another, 7 points on the board. But Tyler Warren led the way receiving for Penn State. 8 catches, 146 yards receiving. Saunders had a muff punt, went out of bounds. It really didn't matter. But special teams, they got to be better. Sahadak was 2 of 2 on his extra points, as mentioned, and 2 of 2 on his field goals from 43 and 28. Raleigh Thompson had a long punt of 56 with an average of 47. And then defensively, first half wasn't good. Second half, they came out and played like Nittany Lions and flat out won the game. Jalen Reed led the team with 10 tackles, 4 of them solo. Abdul Carter and Kobe King right behind him was 7. Carter had a tackle for loss, as did Devon Ellies, Devon J. Thomas. Keziah Izzard, 99, had a tackle for loss. No sacks, but 3 tackles for loss. And then 2 interceptions. First by Tony Rojas and then Zakee Wheatley, as they were both on back-to-back drives there in the fourth quarter. So there's those. Let's get some team stats. They had 1 more first down at 21-20. Bowling Green was 50% of 7 of 14 on third down. Penn State 2 of 9. That's just pitiful. That's what I said earlier. They offensively can't convert on third down, and defensively they can't get off the field on third down. Shit, they still couldn't convert on third down offensively in this whole entire game. 2 of 9 on third down. Defense did eventually get off the field and got stops. 1-on-1 on fourth down, though. That was that crosser. They hit Evans. He got it by about a yard or so when I was saying kick it. But then I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that was when Drew then threw the pick in the end zone at the end of the third quarter. So, what was it worth? Not much other than time, which 32-28 on the dot for time of possession in favor of Bowling Green. So Penn State had the ball 4 less minutes, which, okay, they win by 7, but with a lead that you finally got in the second half, you wanted to work some clock. They did, but they didn't. Really, this is your typical, you look at the stats, typical Penn State win, you know, just, okay, run game and defense. Because they had about 115 more rushing yards than Bowling Green did, 50 less passing yards. But then, I mean, they weren't, but then were able to get off the field. They created turnovers, 10 penalties total, 7 against Penn State for 76 yards, which they got to clean that up. So, yeah, Bowling Green with 254 to 204 passing against Penn State. Penn State with 234 rushing compared to the 121 for BG. I mean, 10 yards a pass, though, that's a first down. And we're going to overtime with Arkansas and Oklahoma State tied at 31. So, yeah, that's a first down. You know, 10 yards a pass, as he was 13 and 20 for 204. And then they had 234 rushing, and you're getting, you know, 5.5, 6 yards a carry there. I mean, you're putting yourself in manageable situations. You know, you just got to convert. Especially on third down, get the hell off the field on third down. 2-9, and then gave up 7 of 14. 7 penalties for 76 yards, 3 of 18 for Bowling Green. Drew with the interception in the red zone. Could have been points on that drive. But then they get the 2 turnovers late, you know. The one is crucial. It is. I mean, you look at the final score at 34-27. The second interception, not the first one by Rojas, because remember, they punted it right back, and then he threw another pick. That second pick, and then one play later, they score. A touchdown, 7 points. Bowling Green gets that field goal late. You know, Penn State doesn't have that touchdown, you're tied at 27. So that interception by the defense late sealed the win. It was the dagger at the time, 34-24. They still kicked the field goal. But they found a way to win. They found a way to win. So it's all that matters. Because they won. 34-27, your final score. Wasn't pretty, but win's a win. So, they're 3-0 now all time against Bowling Green. This game, the closest of the 3. Bowling Green covered, the over hit. I mean, this did feel like an old school, like, Big Ten game. You know, you got to give it to Bowling Green. Like, Scott Loeffler, their head coach, knows the Big Ten. He played at Michigan. He coached at Michigan. Like, he's played against Penn State before, so knew what he was in for. But now they're going to be 15-0 over the last 2 years when they forced 2+ turnovers. That 12-year streak of 2012 to 2024 with losing to a MAC school at home goes away for the time being. They still got to play Kent State in 2 weeks. Not saying anything, but I'm just saying. They're still undefeated on September the 7th. And they'll play again in 2 weeks on the 21st against the Kent State Golden Flashes. Also from OHIO, out of the MAC, the Mid-American Conference. And as MJF would say, mid. So, yeah, those are your final stats and scores with everything else I've already said over the past 4 hours or so for today's game. So, I guess that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. So, as always, thanks for tuning in and watching my college football live play-by-play watch-along reactions as Penn State defeats Bowling Green here this afternoon. Officially, once again, your final score 34-27 as they get to 2-0 on the year. We'll be off next week, so I'll see everybody in 2 weeks' time when they host Kent State, who is playing right now. So we'll have to see what their record's going to be, when they flash into Happy Valley to take on the blue and white. But Penn State's off next week, earliest bye week since 2002. Yes, it's going to be odd just because it's still mid-September. They normally don't have a bye until at least early October. But they got 2 byes this year. One next week and then one mid to late October. So it's a long season. They found a way to win today. So once again, that's all that matters. Win's a win. 34-27 your final score. Penn State defeats Bowling Green.